Oh, yeah, people are coming in. Here we go. Turn that down. Turn that off. Switch it over. Let's see what we got going on here. It's a little loud. Turn that down a little bit. Good morning, Joey, Troy, Binky, Scott, Not a Suit, Lawrence, D.O., X, Ben Godfrey, James, M.A., Winky, good morning, brother. How are you? BD, Mateus, Dragon Wolf, P.D. Carpenter, Jeremy Williams, Justin Kinney, Clapton, Crummy. I love that name. I like that name. Crummy. Marcus, AK, Binky, good to see you, my brother. Yeah, dude, Bullard killed TLT Cap. Time to long question mark. It's a great question. Euroboomer, good morning. We'll take a look at TLT this morning too. Actually, I've got it on my list of shit to be checking this morning. There's an interesting note too from Spot Gamma this morning, so we'll try to decipher what they're saying this morning. I got a bunch of questions for you. We're rolling over slightly, heading into the 9:30 hour. I'm trying to get on here as quickly as possibly can due to that. And we'll look at some stuff here. We'll briefly go over what Bullard said yesterday, and then I think I saw Jenny Marcus this morning talk about we have more Fed speakers coming out, right, to add some volatility to the market. So that's a good point that he made this morning. So we'll get right into it right now. And this is an article from Bullard yesterday saying a 75 basis point hike could be option if needed. He talks about 1994. We've referenced on this channel 1994 as being an important year to look at. And there's another, I think it was 98 as well, or 97. We can take a look at those later on today if things slow down at all today. We'll look at both those years. And they kind of look like what we've been going through this year, early year. But in all honesty, he wasn't as bearish as it may have been implied yesterday. I know that the market was selling off while he was talking yesterday, but it really wasn't that bearish. And if you're able to read this article on your own on Bloomberg, what they're trying to do is manipulate the market. We know that. We know that they're trying to manipulate the market without causing a recession. That's going to be the attempt. They have attempted this in previous years. We could have a down market for 2-3 quarters, and then we had actually ended up having a pretty decent bull run in the market. So what they're trying to do is not trigger a recession. Of course, you've got two different sides to this argument, right? That we're going to have to trigger a recession, or can the Fed even do this? Even though he was very bearish yesterday, he wasn't that bearish. And it kind of leads into what Spock Emma is saying this morning about pricing risk into the market. And then, of course, just where the market is, right? Just about a market breadth and normal capitulation in the market where price really doesn't matter. We'll talk about that this morning as well. But if you have a chance to go through that Bloomberg article, this is from yesterday at some point. And he's talking about how we need to go up to 75 points and we need to raise. We'll hit 50 and then hit 25 points repetitively over the course of the year. This isn't as bearish as it to me. This looks, and then another thing too is this morning I was reading about BlackRock and State Street, and these firms, these large investment banks that control market share, and the just the breadth, the deepness of how much market share they control, and how much they can control where the market goes. Now, of course, there's a counter argument to that they can sell this market off and you get fucked in the process, whereas they don't. But at the same time, you can see that the market selling off has been manufactured, right? We know that it's been manufactured to an extent. First, they hit speculative growth, meme stocks, stuff like that. Then they started to hit the indexes, and the ones that are left now would be what? Apple, the Apples out there, and Teslas. That have been the last of the big tech stocks holding the entire market up. And it's interesting too because BlackRock owns all of these. They not only they own, but they basically were given the keys to the kingdom on corporate debt, i.e. QE, right? With these companies, right? So they own it. They sold it, and they can sell it down whenever they like. And so even this Bullard speech yesterday, to an extent, excuse me, this Bullard speech yesterday, to an extent, shows that everybody's in bed with each other. From the people that create the ATFs, the people that sell 401k packages to pension funds, right to the banks that are running it all. There's only a few of them out there that are actually doing this, and how the Fed is basically bought to some extent. And so the Fed is to an extent trying to or what should we say, push off a recession to help with inflation and to not destroy the market in one fell swoop. Right? They're gonna attempt to massage this market over the course of a year and see if we can get one more ripper out of this market. Well, whether that happens or not, I don't know, and I don't really care, to be honest. If the market, I could care less if the market sold off tomorrow or goes high from here. To me, this is one of the easiest markets to trade right now that I've experienced in some time. So I just want to put that one out there. There is one neat thing though this morning. This article came out yesterday from CNN Business, and a lot of people scoff and laugh at these articles on CNN Business, but I don't. And because when I look at like articles from Bloomberg or articles, not really Bloomberg, like Market Watch and places like that, those are geared towards active investors, active traders. But usually these stories that are put out on like CNNs of the world, right, they're geared towards a passive investor. And I thought this was an interesting one from yesterday that you should take a look at if you have some time this morning. But it just talks about the Shanghai shutting down, and that this could be a story that becomes important down the road. We know right now that the market risks are with Ukraine. We also know that the other big story is the risk from rates. But that Bullard statement yesterday, and when we get into the SPOT-GAM report, you want to keep this in the background of your thought process. This story that's developing, right, about the shortages from China. I don't know if it's in response to the Ukraine war and they're doing this in hands with Russia to try to fuck with our economy, backdoor fuck with our economy or not. I don't care. But we know that there is going to be shortages. This impacts Tesla, of course, in production from their Shanghai plants. But you should read through this article and keep this on your horizon for other news, for why the market's going to go down, why news is used to drop markets. And the SPOT-GAM this morning is talking about Fed rates and already being priced in, risk from Fed rates being priced in, and then also the Ukraine war somewhat priced into the market, the risk priced into the market. And this seems to be a story that's going to be shovel and spoon-fed to passive investors over the coming weeks and month, where you'll start to say, why is the market selling off if we've already priced in rates and we've already priced in Ukraine? This seems like the next big one that you're going to start to see more information roll out about. We've heard small opinions about this, small news about it, but they're going to shovel feed this to someone that's a passive investor. I read these stories because I'm looking for the insight to what they're shoveling or spoon feeding to the passive investor, the guy that has a job, the guy that has a 401k, and he has water cooler talk with his friends, not from watching CNBC, but just by checking a simple news source like CNN. This morning, building permits and housing starts were pretty much in line today, not too much out of line. We do have some volatility later in the afternoon. Around 12 p.m., we've got Charles Evans. I believe this is today, right? And then we've got the Fed President, Minneapolis Small Fed President, Neel Kashkari at 8 p.m. And then again on Wednesday, we have a rack of speakers, right? I think this was what Jenny Marcus was talking about this morning. We got Mary Daly, we got Charles Evans, we got Raphael Bostic, and then we've got the Beige Book at 2 p.m. So this all kind of lines up to add some volatility in the market as we head through today. Also of note today would be, of course, everyone wants to know about earnings season, right? We got Netflix, we've got IBM after the close today. We've got some big heavy hitters coming up, right? We got Tesla on Wednesday after the close. Further down the line, we got ATT. Some unusual options on ATT right now as well. We've got American Airlines, some heavy hitters, and then over the next couple weeks, we've got some heavy hitters coming out. So that does play into the last part of, do they hold this market up for some of the heavy hitters to come through, and then they dump it down the road? And maybe I think people have been asking that question is, if the market's not going to go down, they just trade sideways until the heavy hitters out of the way, and then they let the market go at that point. And it's interesting too, because this earnings season doesn't seem like it has much fluff as it has had in previous earnings seasons. And it was interesting to hear Johnson & Johnson and Lockheed Martin as well this morning tempering some of their future forecasts for their earnings and for the market in general. I did listen to some of those reports this morning. So it is setting up for a muted earnings season. Even if we get great earnings from some of these companies, it's already starting to set up where it's muted. It's not really bad, but it's not great either. So keep that in note as we move along in the market. One last check on the market breadth indicator that we've been following. Yeah, I've got this one set to ES. And I've been checking the 50-day as well to see where we are with the 50-day. We're underneath the 50-day right now. And I'm going to expect that, if you look at the market, we've got the heavy hitters coming out, right? We've got the Fed meeting coming up on, I believe, the 4th and 5th, and then we've got May OPEC's coming out. And it kind of lines up with getting the major earnings out of the way and then finding some kind of weakness in the market as we head into middle to end of May. So that's what I'm looking forward to in the coming weeks. We've got the 19th now, right? We basically have another 30 days until this plays out. We could have some up moments in this market, but eventually a continued selling down between now and mid-May would be expected from my point of view. Now we're going to read the spot gain report this morning. Futures have pressed lower to 43.80. Our levels and volatility expectations remain in line with yesterday's data. We look for a maximum move of 1.19% open to close with resistance at 4,400. Take note of that, 440, right? And the SPY. And support shows at 436, 435 in the SPY. Beneath that level, we see 4,300 as next support. Additionally, flagged heavy negative delta trading yesterday in the SPYs and Qs, which has led to a plus 10 to plus 20% increase in negative gamma for those ETFs. This implies higher rates of potential volatility. We already experienced that yesterday, right? The market appears to be generally accepting these lower prices without much fear. This feels you kind of feel comfortable down and around here, right? 430 to 440. We talked about that last Friday, right? Expect to find a lower trading range this upcoming week. I know we had some disagreement on that topic, but you can see that has worked itself out into this week. The market appears to be generally accepting these low prices without much fear. This morning, our risk reversal metric measures minus 0.05. That's getting pretty close to zero, right? Which you'd expect heavy call buying at this point, which is typically associated with large bullish moves in equities. This indicates an increase in call option prices despite call volume demand not increasing. This is important right here. We're going to talk about this in just a moment. Our initial thought is that this is due to dealer pricing of FOMC meeting in early May. The other implication is that puts may be relatively cheap. So their point is that we should be ripping right now, and we're not seeing call buying associated with this. We're going to talk about that in just a moment, okay? So you have the 25 delta 30-day risk reversal chart here. This should imply that we're going higher. It should normally. Overall, it seems that the market has reached something of an exhaustion and equilibrium. At this point, traders have had the opportunity to price in both fiscal, monetary, and geopolitical risks and sell accordingly. It's also clear that the tail risk remains elevated, and that keeps the VIX elevated. The issue is for markets here is that if the S&P slides lower, it's likely dealer shorting starts to increase incrementally. So the point being is this, is that normally right around this area here, right, you would see a reversal right here where we are right now. But instead of call buying entering the market, what's actually taking place is you've got large banks like those BlackRocks, and what they're doing is they're buying outside the money calls and they're selling outside the money puts where we are. So we're starting to trade somewhat sideways here, okay? And so they're in these not complex, but it's kind of a complex trade right now. And yesterday, if you were trading yesterday, you saw you could actually see the banks step in and out of the market yesterday as they were selling puts and buying calls. Buying puts too at some that's 2 points during yesterday, and the dealers were also shorting the market as well, stepping in and doing that. But you could actually see these banks buying these OTM calls yesterday. Very short dated too. So these are 0 dates yesterday. We'll look for that this morning to see if that regime maintains itself today, or if we begin to sell off either today or later in the week. So it's it's reached something of an exhaustion equilibrium, right? At this point, so we haven't seen the calls come into the market. All we're seeing is complex trades by banks, is my point. It's also clear that the tail risk remains elevated, and that keeps the VIX elevated. The issue for markets here is that if the S&P slides lower, it's likely dealers shorting starts to increase incrementally. And you can kind of see this point that they're trying to say, right, is that you've got these complex trades being placed by large banks that are showing the price of calls increasing, yet calls aren't being bought. It's because they're part of a different package. And then you start to see dealers short once we get to 440. Okay, so when we hit 440, dealers start to short. And you saw that yesterday. There is a fair amount of both calls and puts at 440, which by default produces mean reverting action into this strike. However, a sharp enough test lower may spur enough dealer short hedging to break the market to the downside for a quick test of 4,300. In this case, it could be something that would typically be easily absorbed by markets like a hawkish Fed comment, i.e., if you see hawkish Fed comments, right, it'll be absorbed. It'll bounce and revert back to that 440. If a downside cycle initiates from here, it creates a reflexive feedback loop wherein dealers are selling, which drives higher implied volatility, more downside demand. Further, the two events ahead that could break a cycle like this would be FOMC and May OPEX. We think it's in these scenarios when the market is misplacing the risk of downside moves, i.e. the risk reversal metric above due to dealer positioning. If this was a market with high positive gamma position, then you would have extra padding via dealer buying to absorb price dips. However, in this case, because we're below the vol trigger, I'll show you that later on where it's at too, dealers may need to start selling into lower market prices. We think that upside risks to the upside continue to remain muted as significant volatility selling likely cannot commence without clarity from the Fed or a resolution of geopolitical risks. So what does this mean for you as a trader? So they're saying a lot to you this morning. So we're going to take a look at the SPY this morning. I think the volatility trigger might have changed, might have come down a little bit, but it was somewhere, I believe it's at 445. Right in this area here is your, we'll call this the vol trigger. We'll write this down here. It might have changed. I haven't looked yet to see if it's changed, but it was right up here. This is the vol trigger right here. And if I find that it's changed, I'll move it. But it's right up in here, okay? This is your negative gamma and your positive gamma. When we're down in this negative gamma area, you're going to see violent moves, right? And a tendency to want to sell down. And what they're also saying is that we'll revert back to this 440 line right here. This is your resistance here at 440. And we saw these comments come out yesterday, but not enough to trigger selling in the market. So we need an event for the market to actually roll over. And right now, with earnings season, you're not going to see that. So right now, you're looking for a couple things, right? You're looking to be buying these dips down below, right? We see the 430 down below here. A quick retest of 430 might happen, right? You could possibly see a test as 430. This is kind of the area down here that you're looking to find out if we get any kind of adding of puts, right? Well, big hedges, and then like big hedges, we're going to be looking for continued put buying, right? If we don't see continued put buying, if we're down here in this area, right? If we don't see that down here, we'll see that rejection and another move higher to trade in this zone. And I kind of think that we don't move down and sell this market right now. I think we wait until Apple's and the Apples and the Teslas and all these companies have their earnings, and then you'll have that spillover where we start to trade down to 430 and probably some lower numbers heading into FOMC and then OPEX for May. What does that mean for you as a trader? It's 9:29. We got 1 minute left until 30 seconds left till we open this market up right here. So what does that mean for you as a trader? It means that you're going to buy on weakness from Fed speakers the next couple days, right? You're going to sell into them speaking, of course. And then we know that once we get up around this 440 area, that you're going to sell, right? When we start coming up here, you sell. And then we start trading down here, you're looking for opportunities to buy unless some negative news comes into this market. So this is what your day is for today, right? We know that the markets is rolling over. We know that it's rolling over. It's going to take some time. We know that the next two events for this to take place are going to be in early May and mid to late May. So until those events happen, until we get some of these ERs out of the way, we're going to expect the market to go up, right? We see the bounce down below here, and we're going to expect, I'm going to draw this in here for you. You're going to expect some kind of trade higher, right? And then a sell-off. And whenever you see these sell-offs down here, you're going to take your money and run, and you're going to buy these dips down here. I don't care if the dip is here. We'll look at Bookmap to see where they are. Could be here, could be down here. Anywhere down here, we'll buy these dips, and we're going to sell these rips above yesterday. And yesterday I put a post out on Twitter that said, any rip that you see today, right, you're going to sell them. Sell the rips every time that you can today, because one of these rips is going to catch. We didn't get it yesterday here. We didn't get it yesterday here. But at some point, you're going to see an opportunity up here to sell a rip that's going to actually take hold and print huge, okay, as we move forward. So this is your chart for today, if you need a chart for today. I'm going to move this over right here. Let me get this out of the way here. I'm going to bring up your book map for you. Here, hold on. Get that book map here for you. And we're already taking a look at the opening bell here, right? You can see these sellers above at 440.50. You can see some sellers already stepping in for the open right here at 438.50, 438.50, 440.50, right up in here, just off the bell. And we're going to look below and see where real support is. We've got some support down below here at 436.50. Let me see if I can bring this back and forth. You can see this right here, 436.50. And you can see it's just down below in this area here where my cursor is, right? And you can see the sellers above up in here. We have an anticipation of a 1% move today, right? And then if we break that down below this 435.50, it's a fast run down below. You see 430 down here? Do you see how there's not much support down here, right? Let me see if I can bring this a little bit closer for you. And you kind of see if this support breaks, we have a date with 430 down below. We'll look even lower from here. But generally speaking, that's 430 is basically where we want to see the market go. So what are we looking for? We got these sellers right here. We got more sellers above at 440, and these initial sellers here at 438.70, and again at 438.07. So we can get that trip down to 430. Give me just a second here. I gotta line up some stuff to buy. So we got people already out there buying. They're buying 430 Ps for April 20th at 37 cents, and there's some buyers on 440C for $1.75. I don't like that $1.75. Seems like a price. It seems like very expensive calls. Now they're down to $1.72 for a minute there. I don't want to buy calls at $1.73 ever. You guys all know that, right? These are April 20th, so calls for tomorrow they're now up to $1.78, $1.80. There's 7,000 buyers of those calls right now. They're $1.70, now they're $1.85 right now. But there's a bunch of buyers on the 440Cs and 430Ps for April 20th. So let me see. We'll keep this one up here, right here. We'll look at this one right here. Looks like we're blasting off right off the opening bell here. We'll see if this continues on to this resistance area above here at 440. All right, let me scroll through and see what you guys are saying this morning here. Yeah, I got some stuff to talk. I like Tesla this morning too. I like Tesla, and I like both Tesla and Twitter this morning. I was looking at Tesla on another. Let me see if I can bring it up here. Oh yeah, this looks like it's. Let me bring this over. I was charting out Tesla this morning. I was liking Tesla. Let's see if I'm just gonna bring this back over here. It's kind of liking the idea of Tesla, kind of like this consolidation. This is a big, huge bear flag overall, and I think it does. I think it does eventually sell off, but I like the idea of Tesla trading higher here. So we'll take a look at Tesla this morning and see if it can get up to that 1030 or so. We'll load Tesla up, and then we'll take a look at Twitter as well. As I said, I'd look at both of those today. So I'll bring up Tesla here, and I'm going to bring up Twitter, so you can take a look at all of these and see what's going on with these tickers. And I want to see it. I want to see if I can get some Tesla. I might buy some Tesla today at some point and get a good price on it. And we'll look up. Let me look up Twitter as well. TWTR. Let's look at both of these. So I'm checking out Twitter here, right? This is where we were. This is where we were down here. We were trading this, I believe, on Friday. And then I liked this buy down here and this buy down here. And I like the idea, if there's a little bit of market weakness today, that there might be an opportunity to buy another one of these continuations higher. There was a nice buy down here, a nice buy down here, and a nice buy down here. So I have an expectation that if we see any weakness in Twitter, we can ride that higher. Next thing would be Tesla. Look at Tesla again. Selling off slightly in Tesla too. In this little mark right down here, you can see it right back here. Let me see if I can bring this back. Hold on here. Let me get some of this over here. I don't know what's going on over here. Got some weirdness going on with my charting this morning. And see this right here, right? Nice little buy down here, nice little buy down here, nice little buy down here. So if you're a Tesla bro, or Tesla, how do you say like girl, like bro, like Tesla girl, or something like that, you'd be looking for any kind of a buy down below here. Call it at like it's some below 1,000. I know everybody likes $1,000, but I'm looking more like 990 or 980 as a buy, especially if SPY shows a little bit of weakness at any point. Could be today, could be tomorrow. If you see any kind of a place to buy a bounce, even if it trades higher today and it comes down here, I'm looking for this zone down here as a buy for me on Tesla. If you're gonna continue to trade this, there's been some great buys down here on Tesla as well. So keep this in mind if you're a Tesla bull. To be looking for, and you can see them down here, right? Bam, there's one. Bam, there's two. If this happens in after hours, let's say you see, say you see Tesla, I don't know, trade sideways all day long, and then it does this kind of a move in after hours or something in pre-market, I would buy this from this point right here to go higher. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some kind of weakness down here that I can buy somewhere down in here. Let's keep that in mind. Especially if the market gets a quick trip down below on the SPY, and we'll see how all three of these charts kind of interact with themselves when we're looking for some kind of weakness above here on Tesla or on SPY at some point. Let's see what you guys are talking about this morning. I got top chat, and then I got live chat. See what you guys are doing here. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing out there? Yep, Tesla gang. I reviewed for Tesla gang for you guys. Let's make some money. Hell yeah. Good morning, everybody. Gold is going to 1750 to add. Right on. I've been liking gold the past couple weeks. What's up, Cap? What up, everybody? Hey, Dan. How are you? Liam, Chris. How are you? Good to see you, Chris. Did he say this is the easiest market to trade? I did. I think it is easy. I think it's been very easy. 30-bear bond continues to get smashed. I don't think we see a rally till bonds rally. Yeah, there's a $1,000 seller on 440. Yeah, there's I think what they're doing. Well, what SpotGamma is implying that they're doing is they're doing this trade where you're well, I guess they could switch between a short or a long trade. You could actually be, this is the same as basically a collar, right? Basically a collar trade, and but right now they're running them on just 0 dates or 1 dates, which is kind of, or at least yesterday they were, and they're kind of wild. Missed first 20 minutes. We're going down this week still. They had everything above that pulled yesterday at some point. Yep. Good morning. Right, a lot of people said 10-year will top of 3.2. Look at F. It's an outside day. Good morning, Cap. Good morning, Matt. How are you? Tesla. Yeah, basically, Chase, that's what it is. Now, if you could miss these, right? We're kind of in the no-go zone right now to call it. So if you're looking at it from right here, this isn't really the place you want to be shorting or longing, right? You want to be buying these bottoms and selling these tops up here. And we're kind of in the middle. How do you call this? Do you start just buying calls here, start buying puts here? I don't know the answer to that. I know the answer above is that the sellers are waiting right here. These are where your sellers are. We know this. And this is where the sellers are, right? And we know that the buyers right now are down below, right? We already know that the buyers are down here. I guess you could have bought this bell down here. But for me, I'm talking to you guys. I'm having a hard time getting in the market right now. And I also don't like buying calls. I don't like buying 440Cs that cost $1.74. I think they're smoking crack. Those were down here yesterday. They were, I don't know what these ones cost yesterday, but some calls down here yesterday were like 8 cents, 6 cents, something stupid like that. So I'm not really a fan of buying $1.70 calls on the open of Tuesday up in here. I'd buy some calls down here though. In a moment, I'd buy some calls there. And up here, I'd sell the market up here too, right? So where we are right now is you're going to be reactionary. You're looking for where the market goes right now. You're looking for a decision. If the market's going to go up here, you'll sell this. If the market's going to sell down here, you're going to buy this down here or even down lower to 430 because we can see where the if the banks are in and out. Yesterday was wild. I took a few trades yesterday, and it was wild to see the buyers and sellers step in. Matter of fact, something similar to this right here. So this would be an all black area yesterday, and then out of nowhere, you'd see a big orange bar just step in and buy the bottoms yesterday. And then the same thing was happening on the tops yesterday. You'd see the sellers step in force. As a matter of fact, we said 440 was the top today. It's more than likely 440.50, as we can see here, that we can trade all the way up to 440. So this is a no-go zone for me at this point, right? I don't want to be trading here. I want to be trading here, and I want to be trading down below at that 430, right? I want to buy this 430 down here. You can see it. There's some buyers down here at 437 for intraday, and you can see it down below right here. This is major, kind of major support. So I want to be buying those, and I want to be selling these above here. We'll see if we can crank it up here and see how high we can get. As a matter of fact, I'm going to reset the options flow for you, so we can see a true idea of where we are on the day. Let me just a second here. Close that up. We'll see what we got coming in off the bell this morning, what the initial flow is off the bell. Seeing calls, 5 orders on NVIDIA for $1 million. Baba's got a bid to it this morning. ATER has a bid on it. That's Alpha Tango Echo Romeo. Caesars has a bid on it this morning. CZR. JPM has a bid on it. BAC has a bid on it. Netflix has a bid on it. Small bid. They've got some trades against on Baidu and Baba. Baba's got a split decision going on it this morning. Some negative flow on Apple as well and NVIDIA. Plug has some sell the news. They have a deal that's just come out, I believe, with Walmart. I could be wrong on that one. So they want to sell the news on Plug off the bell this morning. That's all day trader type stuff. Let me flip back over here. We'll watch the rest of the flow. And so we just talked about this a few moments ago, right? We talked about not wanting to pick a direction, the wrong direction. That'd be a gambling, right? So it kind of positions us looking for a place to take a short up in here, right? We'll look at a little bit closer here. We know the vol trigger is up here. We know that anything up in here or above here is going to be bullish, right? We know that anything below this area here is bearish. We know that there are sellers all up in here. All up in here, there are sellers, okay? So sellers hiding all above here. So you can pick your poison or your pick when you want to enter. Hold on here a second. Close this out. And I'll let you know, because I think those puts are getting kind of cheap. I like the idea of those puts. Those 430Ps are now down to 23, 22 cents. There's 20,000 buyers now on 440C, $2.18, $2.15. Hang tight, I'm going to buy some puts. Now we've got 20,000 buyers of calls for $2.06 on the 440 side. And it looks like some of the put buyers are being squeezed out on that 430. The number of buyers of 430Ps have gone down. We're down to 24 cents on their puts for Wednesday expiry are down to 23 cents. So look to see if we can touch above here. Looking for a price target above of 440.50. And then we see him bring that 440 to 445.0. So I move that spot gamma level up here. And that tags right in this zone here. So we'll see if we can get some rollover like we did yesterday. We'll look to see how much resistance there is. So I got my trigger finger on some 430Ps expiring Wednesday. I'm going to wait to execute this trade until we come up here and tag this 440 zone up here. I'm looking for a rejection here at 440. So we'll look above it and see how high we can go. Yeah, I got all this volatility here to 442.40, 443. And then 445 is, we had the vol trigger at 445. I'm going to call the vol trigger higher at 446. I know that it was at 445. I'm going to change that to 446, actually. And move this up higher. So I'm going to move my vol trigger, head it down to 445. So I'm going to move it up here to 446. This would be where your major resistance is on the SPY. Quick little bounce off of SPY currently. I still haven't bought puts yet. I'm going to wait for another retest above, and then I'll buy some. Joe Harper's asking if a butterfly is a good play on the SPY. I don't think so. Possibly. My concern here is so let's see let's look at what SpotChem is saying. They're basically saying you could have, let's have a look here. Their point is, we know that we're bouncing off above, right? We get some rejection above here, and then see a tag down below of this 430. Right? If we don't get that continued put buying, we don't have any events that we have continued put buying on. All we have today would be a move higher, and then some speakers at 12 p.m. Right? We've got hawkish Fed speakers at noontime, and that could send the market down, right? We had this same thing happen yesterday. We should get a bounce off of 430 unless some other event arises that we don't know about. We could also get a bounce out down below here and even a bounce down below here. So Joe Harper's asking the question, do you just put on a butterfly or condor for this trade here? I don't think so. I think that you're looking for sellers above and you're looking for buyers below currently. And the question becomes, can we have continued selling or rollover in the market? Probably not until the major ERs are done. You probably maintain this trading, this rollover and trading and bouncing around from stock to stock, depending upon the earnings season that we have. So the question comes, do you put on a condor or a butterfly? Maybe. I would say that if you're going to do a condor or a butterfly, you're going to call the top here, call it 443, and then, or even maybe you could go really wide butterfly up here at 446, and then do 430 down below. That's pretty big. It's pretty big trading range right here. We would trade in this zone here. But for myself, what am I looking for? I'm looking to sell this, and then I'm looking to buy the dip down below. Because I think that, or what they're implying is that that the market is being, it's not manipulated, but and for further downside risk, if you're not going to get those events, the key being if you're not going to get FOMC, if you're not going to get OPEX, then you won't see heavy selling unless something else happens other than a negative Fed comment. So I would say maybe we're green until 5 p.m. and then we start selling off. If your spread or if your butterfly or your condor is not wide enough to account for this 430 or this 443, 446 area, then you could get burned in this trade. Maybe if you did it for Friday. I like the idea of a condor for Friday. Yeah, I like that, Joe. Not a bad question. Not a bad question. Will condor work here? Yeah, it's possible. Maybe on the opening bell would have been better, right? You trade higher and then we trade lower. Now trading to 440.51, testing this upper resistance here at 440.53. Those calls are up to $2.78. They were at $1.78 at the opening bell. So we'll see if we trade higher from here or if this is it. I'm going back down in here. Nice break of resistance above at 440.63, 440.70. We'll see if we continue higher here and we can trade higher. Let's see if we can bring this back down. We'll take a look at the 5-day here. R1, 440, R2, 443, and then the vol triggers at 446. Take a look at Tesla real quick. We'll add in some hair indicator and close that up. Looks like volatility above here at 1020. And then and then room to run to 1035 and 1040. And then 1050 would be the actual price target on Tesla. We'll look at Twitter next. Lots of pressure on Twitter. Sellers above we have 3 levels for Twitter to look at. So we can get these 50, 52, and then 54. Here indicator is generally positive on lots of call buying off the open, and then it starts to trail off slightly on Twitter. Let's look at the hero indicator for Tesla as well. Consistent call buying on Tesla as well. Watching call buying on JD, Apple, Space, NVIDIA, Plug, Q's, X, and Ater still. Still seeing calls on Ater. And we'll take a look at SPY real quick and see if we have continued call buying above here. Call buying has slipped off a little bit since 9:53, starting to turn slightly negative. We'll see if this works out for the bears or if we continue to trade higher. It does look like the resistance was broken here on the SPY. Good volatility all the way up. It says that 443.40 or so. And then we've got the next resistance above at 445 and 444.40. It's a nice little target above here, 445. Yeah, my wife came and talked to me about taxes 2 weeks ago. It wasn't pretty. I was not happy with taxes this year. I was not happy at all. Thankfully my wife we have someone that prepares our taxes. My wife deals with taxes, and this is going to be a doozy this year for tax season for a lot of people out there. I think I'm paying this year big money. Yeah, we'll see if we there's still resistance above here. You can see the resistance. Looks like some buyers still down below at this 440. Looks like we've got some nice support growth. See this right here? This is what we saw yesterday. We saw buyers step back in at this 440. And we saw this yesterday in the day's trading. So we'll see if the buyers actually, if they rug pull it or if they maintain it. We have volatility from here to 443.40 and then clear skies to 445.20. So we'll see if the dip buyers, look down below here at this 440. We'll see if the dip buyers step in at 440 or if they pull the rug here in just a moment. I grabbed some cheap puts right here just in case. I'll cut them loose if the buyers don't keep stepping in to drive it up to 444. You also have the VIX coming down to a localized support area at 2190 something. I don't know what. Hold on a second. Also watching calls come in on Netflix. Or no, what is this? NTNX. July 15th, 20C for $1.7 million. Also, puts coming in on HZNP for $629,000. And also OVV for May 20th strikes on those puts. Some dip buyers stepping in on the SPY right now as well. Some SPY dip buyers stepping in currently. Someone was saying there's $1 trillion owed to the Treasury. Yeah, Joe, I remember you were talking about the small mistake that you had that cost money. Nutanix, you thought they were acquired. Yeah, I'm seeing some weird strikes come in this morning, like that you don't ever see, right? ATER is not normal. HZNP puts not normal. OVV not normal for puts. NTNX or MTNX. I can't. This laptop is so far away from me, I can't see it. NTNX has July 15th, 20C for almost $2 million. That's pretty significant for a $20 ticker for calls. And then Space has got a huge bid in it. Watching more dip buyers step in on the SPY currently. Take a look at the SPY here. Now, there were some buyers stepping in this zone right in here that came in. So we'll see if the dip buyers stay in here and try to propel it up for the next leg up. Yeah, I got hurt this year, my taxes. Not hurt bad enough where I needed to mortgage off a property or anything. But I betcha that a bunch of, and that's the crazy part is if it had been slightly higher, I probably would have had to have taken a second mortgage. Without a doubt. Yeah, should we look at ATER? I think it looks like I've charted this one. We must have talked about ATER, right? Because I've got it charted here. So I don't know who brought that up in stream, but someone did. I guess we can make that longer now. I mean, look, that's ridiculous. Look at that. That's just pure insanity. Absolutely 100% out of its trading range. I might have to take a short on this trade right here. This is beautiful. Look at that. That's insano. I didn't even give a price target on this one. Blown past one right there. Blown past the. I guess we're right on some resistance right here for the next leg, right? Seems like it can pump. It was at 50, so it's not like it can't get there. It's not like it can't get crazy. A lot of money going into it this morning. We'll take a look at ATER. Let's bring up ATER real quick. We'll load this one up and see what's going on. So yeah, no big deal. It's got more sellers than buyers right now. That'd be a nice short, actually. No, it's not really a big short until it's a lot of buyers here, but the really big short's at 750. Maybe even $8. Got 500,000 sellers up here. 250,000 down here at 750. Seems like a lot of support down here, though. A lot of buyers still down here at $6 too. Jesus, look at that. That shit's monster. That's ridiculous. I think when we charted this, I even said if it comes down, you can buy it. It didn't even have a chance to come down. It just fucking went up. That's fucking crazy. So put a sell on it at at $8. There's some major sellers above too at $7.45. And then if you wanted a dip to buy $6, it seems like a reasonable place to buy the dip. Hold on here. Looks like they're coming back up again for more. Like they left here and they're coming back up to support at 650. I like the stonk. See what SPY's doing. I haven't looked at SPY in a few minutes. SPY smashing and bashing, breaking above 440. Was looking for some sort of a resistance up here at 440, not seeing it as of yet. You can see that same volatility is all the way to 444. You can see just massive sellers up in here. Let's give a price target of 443. Let me see. I think it can go all the way up to 443.09, I think. Let's see if we can see it up here. Maybe even higher. 443.67 possibly. We'll see if these sellers continue to come in. Yeah, put buyers are definitely stepping in now. So get this back here and take a look. Hopefully they get squeezed. See if we can take a look on the chart. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let's bring that chart back up. One, two, boom. Can we get all the way up to 443, 446? Let's take a look at 443 and 446. There's no resistance here. 443, 444, pair 443.73. And then here's where they're selling. 445.06 looks like a target. 445 possibly. 445.05. And some more sellers above at 445.90. That would be a nice trade. If this could trade up to 446, it'd be a very nice trade. Another 50-point move. SPY is already up to 0.86% on the day. Implied move today, I believe, was 1.10%. So still some room to move higher. $440C is now trading up to $3.47. So take a peek at this. No sellers here anymore. Some sellers, but not really. We can easily trade 445, 446. Just keeps climbing, baby. Well, it's 10:09, Chase. It's 10:09, so you've got 2 hours until any kind of volatility enters the market. So what I would say is either cut them or hold them and add to them around 12. I think it's 12:30, or buy some calls and then add some more puts at 12. Not trading a 442 flat for, oh, no, I was going to say for 420 for, we got the big weed smoking day tomorrow. SPY still trading a 442.14 now. No resistance above. The sellers have gone away on the SPY currently. So I don't see any resistance still above until right up here, 445. Buying and selling calls in here. Now trading at 442.60. I'm not seeing any sellers until there's some volatility in here, but 445 there seems to be some resistance here. 446 and then 445 right up in this area here. So I'm trading calls as we go up, and I bought some puts. See, I'm buying cheap puts. I bought them here, here, and then I'm going to add some more right in here. Bring this back over. See if we can find where the sellers are. Now, price target still remains. This is 445.10, and the big sellers are up here at 4460. Yeah, I keep adding to puts. Oh, I'm trading calls and puts at the same time. So I'm loading the fuck out of. So I'm trading these as we go higher here. As we go higher here. See if I can bring this over here. Let me give you some levels that I'm buying puts at. I bought some. One. I bought some puts here. I just bought some more puts. They were like 13 cents or something. I added some more right in here somewhere. 2. So I like the idea of this resistance at 443. And then I'm going to add again to puts if we get up there. I'm going to add some more somewhere around this 445, somewhere in this area here. 3. Right up in here. Now, meanwhile, if we don't see, meanwhile, as I add these puts in here towards the end of the week, I'm also looking for moments of support that I can buy calls in, right? Buy some calls, sell them, buy some calls, sell them, buy some calls, sell them, as I add to a put position. This put position I'm not getting rid of. Like these, I'm just holding. I'm just holding these. I'm not going to fuck with them. I'm just going to keep adding to them and dollar cost average in. And then in here, if we get some support, if the let's say buyers continue to step in, I'll trade long every time we go up. So if we have another nice little bull flag here, we trade up higher, I'll just add more calls each time we trade higher. I don't know if that makes sense to y'all. That's what I'm looking for. And we'll look here to see if buyers step back in. And if not, where the price target would be. Still down here at this 440.03. How are the sellers on Tesla? Let's look up Tesla real quick. We'll let Tesla load up. Yeah, there are now what? There are now 40,000 puts on. Now, I think Wiki said it, and I'm looking at it right now. There are 40,000 puts on 437 P. Good eyes, Winky. I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't looking at those. I've got some Wednesday and Friday 430s for April 20th and April 22nd. There's 60 cents and 13 cents on the puts. And then I might buy some more calls again. I might buy another rack of calls here. I'm going to be looking at the 445s for $1. If I can get them down to $1. I'll just some sellers step in quickly here on the SPY. A little bit of rejection right where my cursor is right now, 442.50. Yeah, I'm loading puts for Wednesday and Friday as we trade higher. So I'm buying calls too, but so let's look closer here, or a little bit closer here. Tighter. Right here. 1, 2, and 3. So that if we do trade higher, I can catch this roll here. And at the same time, looking for this to, of course, trade up. So now I'm protected. And if we do trade higher, if we do try to tag this 445, 446 zone, if we try to tag this here, I'm going to keep buying some day trade calls and then look for some kind of a move. I don't know if this takes place today, tomorrow, or if it happens even right now. We do know that we've got some Fed speakers coming up at 12 p.m. So I'm going to assume that that's going to be the instigator of negative. Get rid of this. Fed speaker negativity in the market. Averaging the same strike or adjust your strike? So that's a good question, Doug. It depends on. I sometimes do switch strikes, it becomes more apparent. It becomes more apparent if some days we move 34. Some days we move 30 points is the norm for us. It depends on the implied move for the day. Some days we have an implied move of we're going to move 150 points. So I do sometimes get caught where I have to actually sell and shift into a better strike. But if the implied move is small enough, it's not usually that much of a difference, or not always. You don't always have to change strike. And then I also add different dates as well. So I'll try to spread them out over the course of the next 1 to 2 strikes. Because I still think we can trade up here. I don't see why we can't trade up from here. I'm not overly negative on where we are currently. Although there's a shit ton of puts being bought right now. So I think you hold. I think that you add it. I think you add puts here. From here up to, I think you add puts here. And the question becomes, how low will it trade between now and, let's say this is Wednesday expiry here, right? And this is Friday over here, the 22nd. Do I think we'll come back down and print some puts over here? Yeah, definitely. Like 90% chance. Do I think we can trade higher and out of this trading area here? Normally, Spotcam made a note of this morning that normally we would. Normally, you would see us due to the 25 deltas and the increased premium and call deltas that we would squeeze up and out of here. But their point was that they believe there's complex trades that won't allow us. It's not retail doing it; it's large banks doing it. So look at Tesla here. Got this resistance above at 1025, 1030. We see some resistance above, and we see also some more, or the big resistance here is 1050 on Tesla. No, but I am bullish on Tesla. I want to see Tesla trade. I think Tesla can trade. I'll bring this up now. So I want to say that Tesla can trade higher in here, and then get the spook on their everybody gets spooked out and sell into their ER. But I do like Tesla down here. I thought we'd get weakness right off the bell at some point, or at least here I thought we'd get some weakness and then sell down and I could buy a dip. I missed this buy down below here this morning. I wish I had bought it now, but that's okay. We'll take the short side of this trade at some point. Oh, I don't actually trade Tesla short, but we'll take it short in SPY. So that becomes a question, right? How high can it trade here? I'd say it's easy. I think before their earnings that it's easy to get to 1050. I think this is a reasonable trade. We know that majority of sellers are above here at 1100. So can we trade to 1100? Yeah, Tesla could do anything, right? Can Tesla trade to 1100 before ER? Tough call. I'm gonna go with 1050. Let's look closer. Tough call. I'm gonna go with 1050, right? And I'm gonna give a caveat that if we trade to 1100, anytime before their earnings, I think people will take their profit no matter what. I think there'll be profit taking above at 1100. So it's possible that you can trade to from here, put 70 points on the board. I think it's possible. But I'd give it like a 45 to a 60% chance of happening. But if it did go that high, I don't think it leaves much room for their earnings report. I think that's like the sell the news kind of an event if it trades up there. And of course, down here is the buy the dip at 990 on Tesla. Take a look at SPY here. Might buy some more calls. Some buyers stepping in down below here at 441.73. Some sellers above at 443.20. Volatility right up to that 445 10, 445.20. Then some more sellers above. Sellers are weak though up here. You can see sellers are weak until 446 or so. So we can see if we can trade up to 445, 446 or so. I'd like to see if this comes into play. This 44174. If we even get the chance to buy that. Calls on Lucid April 29th, 22.5C for $231,000. High algo score. Calls on VTNR May 20th, 10C, $97,000. Some really weird strikes coming out here. LABU April 29th, 12C, $160,000. A bid on pins. FIVN has a bid on it as well. Pins May 20th, 26.5C, and then May 20th on F. Is that 5? That's not 5, is it? Can't see shit right now. Hold on here. I don't know if it's the way my screen is cocked. It is. FIVN May 20th, 125C, $278,000. NVIDIA still with a bid on it. Uber and NVIDIA and the Qs as well. I'm literally paying for all these puts right now with calls. I'm paying for all of my puts with calls right now. I've got a bunch of free puts with buying calls at the same time. I just paid with that last little rip right there. I just sold a bunch of calls that paid for all my puts. The last little rip that we just had. There's something for $1.32, 444s. Just a pin strike above here, or just below this 443 on the SPY. So we'll look to see if I can buy another ripper here. So all the puts that I've bought are now free. That makes me feel good. Let's see if we can get to 445 or 44 right here. What's this? 443. More calls on NVIDIA. And the boat is being loaded on cheap puts right now. I'm roughly at the same price. The puts haven't moved as much as the calls have in value down. The 444 is now up to $1.65. Maybe I sold them. I don't know what I sold them at. I thought I sold them at $1.32. Let me look. On my activity. Trade. $1.62. Hey, buddy. How are you doing? Are you handsome? Call premium is just blasting off right now. 444 is now $1.72. Straight blasting off. Call premium is just jacking right now. Retesting the highs at 442.87. I think we crank it right up to 445. Looks like that's where the sellers are, right? If we scroll above here, 445.09 and 446. Let's see if we can trade higher here. Yeah, we blasted right through 440C. Is what Spot Gamma had said this morning was that the drive to 440 is, or what they think is, it's when you sell puts, right, and you buy calls. Outside the money calls. And so the drive higher is being fueled by these banks, but that retail's not involved in this, so you're not seeing this huge rally that you would see to 460 or something in one day. We're actually trading at the upper bound right now too. We're at 1.11%. This is the implied move from Spot Gamma today, a full move of, I believe it was 1 point. Let me take a look and see what the implied move was today. Yeah, the implied move today is 1.19%. We're at 1.14% currently. We'll show you this right here. Sorry, 1.12%. So 1.19%. We're getting pretty close to the implied move for the day. Let's see this right here. Yeah, only see the seller. I don't see many sellers here. I see sellers at 445 and then 446, right? You can see them here and here. But the volatility has gone away. You can see there's less volatility in here, less sellers. There's some sellers here, 44374. You can see that everybody's loading up on puts by the hero indicator going down, just waiting for the next pump. Some put buyers stepping in here too. We'll take a look at it right now. So this is my second spot to buy puts, is right up and right where we are right now. You know, 1 down here, 2, and then 3 would be somewhere in this zone up here, this 445, 446. So the question becomes, do you buy every time you see one of these taps, right? Some consolidation. So we'll look closer. If you see some kind of a consolidation here, we'll look for some more consolidation, buy another face ripper, and see if we can get this up to 445, 446 before a roll, or time runs out. Yeah, good morning. Good to see you guys this morning. How y'all doing? VIX shouldn't be. That's a good question that Winky's bringing up. VIX shouldn't be down. The VIX can't come down It's not quite backwardation, but so the VIX is not going to come down due to Ukraine, Russia, and FOMC and OPEX in May. So looking towards those known things, you'll still see an elevated VIX, regardless if we trade higher right now. I'll wait for another pump. Yeah, my puts are doing just fine over here, so I'm comfortable with holding. I'm holding some puts for Wednesday and for Friday. I'm holding 430s on both dates, and then I'm going to look to buy. And just so you know, there's shit tons of call premium right now on the call side. Even us trading lower at this point right here, there's call premium leaking into the call side. So we'll look to see if we can catch another dip to buy to go long here. If we do, so right now I'm almost flat right now. So if we get one more dip to buy down here, I've got my free puts that I own, and then it'll just be printing at this point. VIX has been gearing up for a while. Listen to Chase in stream. Good morning, Brad. How are you? You're gonna need to start dumping SPY. I feel good with puts up here. I feel really confident with puts up here. I feel fine. Yeah, maybe a good day to cut short legs off of put spreads. Yeah, I'm not on any put spreads right now. I already cashed those out. The put spreads did very well. I was very happy with them. And then yesterday was a kick-ass day to trade. So we're watching this right here real quick. This is the second one that I'm looking at, right? This is actually a good day to be doing this. We have a day of you can see it down here, right? The first one, there's a second one. If you guys are ever looking at how to trade bullish days when we're trading up high, we're looking at some consolidation. Next leg up. Right, we had one down here. Boom move. Right, this one right here. I didn't see this coming. I think I traded this for just a minute, and then I traded this one right here. So we'll look to see if we can grab another push higher here. I think we can get there. I think we can. I'm not positive. I'm loaded to the tits inputs here to protect, but if there's a moment to grab another leg to this 446, I'll grab it. A little bit of buyers stepping in currently. Can see him stepping in. I'm long some calls again right now. Watch some calls on TLT, Apple, XBI, NVIDIA. More calls on NVIDIA. We'll see if this does the trick to get us higher. We'll take a look at NVIDIA next. NVIDIA gang is definitely giving Tesla a run for its money. Now trading 442.95. We talked about the sellers here at 443. And then the next batch of sellers is at 445, 446. You can see them above here. 443.80 has some more sellers stepping in, and then 446 above. Yeah, selling puts and buying calls. That's where it's at. Selling puts, buying calls. So we got 1 and 2 for this trade right here higher. And I'm going to look for another bump above here around 443.81. So I'm going to look for another trade like this, another trade like that, maybe something like that. Matter of fact, we'll keep this right here. I'll keep it. You know what I'll do is I'll do it with something like this. So look at this one right here. 443.40 or so, right? Look for another tag above there. And something like that. Whoop. We'll see if that works itself out or not. We'll check at end of day and see if that actually works. Trading higher now, 443.40, blasting through the resistance that was here. Next stop for the SPY is 445 flat. So we'll see if this trades higher on the day. See if there's that nice big push. There was some sellers here at 443. 443, I think we called it 78. 443.80 or so. More calls coming in on shit stonks, on meme stonks. We're watching calls on AMC. Tilray for, of course, April 20th, 420. Calls on the Qs, 420, 345, 342C. Just my, I couldn't read anything is because my screen was all. I have like one of these on the computer that I will track options flow. I've got like one of those screens where it's like privacy. You can watch porn and shit. Like an airport, no one can see it except for you and the guy standing behind you. 445 is now up to $1.50. That's what I've been jumping down on calls. What time does that put us at too? That's the other thing too is I think the Feds or not the Fed speakers are at. Let's see what time the Fed speakers are on. The first Fed speaker today is at 12:05 p.m. So let's put a little oh shit moment in here. It's called 11:45. We'll start going oh shit. So we have basically until 11:45 to trade this higher. Basically have from here to get to 446 before we get the Fed shit. So we'll see if we can trade higher into this 440 into this 12 o'clock hour before the Fed speakers come into play. See if we can get up to 446. More calls on the SPY, on QQQs, CCL getting some calls on it as well. AMC calls on AMC, AAL. We'll look at NVIDIA. Look, NVIDIA, sorry about that. I'm trading right now. NVIDIA's got clear skies to 225. I'm getting in some lag right now. 225, 230 would be the price target on NVIDIA. I'm going to see some dips to buy. $215 on NVIDIA. Call buying is huge. A little bit of a plateau on call buying on NVIDIA. Still watching lots of calls come in for airlines. AAL has a bid coming into it May 20th, 18C. SPY has more call buying. April 20th, 445C. April 20th, 443C on the SPY. SPY smashing and bashing, trying to get up to this 445 above. Is really nice right now. I'm making a lot of money right now. So every time I trade up here, I'm like, yeah, there's another one. There's another one. Price target above 44509. Watch this going back to 930. Just look at that hero indicator just straight down over here since 930 and just blasting off. VWAP way down below. See if we can see any real sellers here. Yeah, that's the price target right there, 446, 445, and 446. Use this as an opportunity to make money on the call side and to set yourself up for a move lower. Yeah, you see that, Winky? Hero indicator's like, fuck you. Everybody's loading the tub that's fueling a rip higher right now. It's fueling a rip higher, whether you like it or not. It's fueling a monster move higher to four. And you got to think that I'm not the only one that knows that. Probably not the only one that knows that this 445 is a price target up here. So we got some resistance here. See if we can make this next leg higher here, or if we begin to roll over or not. I'm gonna want to buy another. I'm gonna try to buy another dip in here. I'll look for another dip in here to buy. And grab another dip. A little bit of sellers kicking in right now. Just watched some major hedging come into IWM. May 20th, 192p for 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, $9 million in May 20th, 192p on IWM. More hedging. We saw the same hedging flow come in yesterday in IWM as well. Let's wait to see if we can buy a dip here. Still watching it now. See if we can grab a dip here. Get a little bit closer so I can see. See if we can see another dip. It's 443. Some buyers stepping in right now. Are we finally going to roll over a bit? I don't know. I'm gonna be trying to buy a dip here. I'm still looking to buy. I'm looking to buy something in here. So yeah, this move here. I still think we can tag this 445 and 446. So I'm going to look for a next minute or two to buy something down here. If I can get a quick little, be nice to get a little like, and then a move higher. I think I'm going to say some weakness from the put buying on the on IWM. See if there's any more buyers down here or not. Take a look. There are buyers previously down here at 443.10. We have it marked here. If these buyers don't show up here, could be a nice trade. Could be a nice trade lower. If this 443.10 doesn't hold, VWAP's down below at 440.76. So need buyers to step in right where we are right now, right around 443.10 or so. If no buyers step in, wait a minute, hold on here. If no buyers step in, your next stop is going to be 441.70. Yeah, 441.70. If no buyers step in right here, 441.70 price target. we'll see if the buyers step in or not. This is it, bear party. It's never coming back. Huge sell wall at 443.35-ish. There aren't any buyers anywhere in the chain until 440.70. Yeah, you can see this is one note right here. You see these, take note of these sellers stepping in above here. They're stepping in right now, right above here. See if we can size this up a little bit. See these sellers stepping in above here at 443.40. This is what happened yesterday. See if we can get some roll. See this mark here? See, this is right here. If you guys see where my cursor is right here. This is where we had sellers step in. Yesterday was the same way. They weren't there, and then all of a sudden they showed up. So we'll see if we can get some weakness down to 441.70, right down in this zone down here. We got VWAP down below here at 44081. Some dip buyers down below at 445. Same chart here. Bought some puts here, bought some puts here, and if we get up to 3 up here, this is when I'm going to get heavy on puts. Somewhere in this rolling over. If we can trade this higher to 446, and we'll see if we can get up here. This would be first, and this would be second right here for this wave over. This is where you'll know, too, if these sellers disappear again and we start trading higher here, you'll know that we're trading up to, if we get rejection right here at 443, you'll know that we're going to roll it over. If we don't get rejection here and we start continuing to trade higher, you can take a long above 443.46. How's everybody doing? What about 435? I want that, or 430. Oh, that just disappeared out. Yeah, you see that, Winky? See these fucking, do you see how it was here? Like they come in at the market, then they leave the market. It's like they were just there to play ping pong. So we'll see if these sellers are still here or if the buyers step back in and bring it higher. If we get above 443.45 or so, I'll take another long here. Watching calls come in on AMC, Amazon, and IWM. Watching AMC calls, Amazon, April 29th, 3180C, $723,000. Some more SPY put buying, which seems rational. Looks like some dip buyers still stepping in down here. See down below? Some dip buyers, and dip buyers once again. And see them down below. More buyers down below here at 442.69. We'll see if we head down there. Print me some puts, baby. Selling. Watching my puts now to see if they're going to start fucking printing. Let me get back to what we're doing here. Give me a second here. See, they just pop right in right here. Let's see how low we can go if we can. I'm just sitting in puts right now. See if we can get this rollover going. Also watching QQQ's 429 352C for $3.8 million. Huge buy on the Qs. $3.8 million, 429 352C, 13,760 contracts at $2.76. Doing well, Takesha. How are you? Evan's speaking at 11:05. I think the speaker's at 12:05, right? I'm getting ready to buy some cheap calls here. See if we can buy this dip right here. Yeah, I can go over HYG with you. 440 is where the next buyer is. And enter calls after Fed speaker. Yeah, if you see here, there's that Q's buying is gonna make us go up a little bit here. Big buys on Q's. Yeah, so what I did was I did start coding over the weekend. I did some work on coding in Python, and I have to I want to check with Sergio first and see if he minds if I put his Python or his code into Python. I don't want to just use his code and not ask him. So I have to take a minute and get on Twitter and ask him if he minds if I use his code for a Python script, because I don't want to just go using other people's stuff without. Yeah, no worries, because he might get pissed off. So I just have to send him a DM. I haven't done it yet. Send him a DM. So I have to send him a DM and ask him nicely. Spy catching a bid once more. Ed's like, I'm patiently waiting for 444 to buy a put spread. According to Trading Economics calendar, Evans is at 11:05. Yeah, I guess we should check then, right? Yeah, I've got Eastern. I always talk New York time, so always New York. Matter of fact, when I used to live out west, I still use the New York clock. I had two clocks, one for Eastern Standard Time, and I just slept on the Eastern Standard Time schedule, so I never fucked up my my time schedule. Yeah, it's open source. He says it's fine for you to use it. But I don't know if it's fine. Just be careful up in here. I want you guys to be aware that see where my cursor is, where these sellers come in, and it's like the hand of God or something. They kind of just poke themselves in. So we'll see if those sellers still come in. If we get above 443.45, I'll pick up another long here, but I don't want to get a rejection here. I'm going to wait a few minutes here and see if we can get above this 441 here. I'm still not grabbing a long here yet. I want to make sure we're above it. Make sure they don't sneak in. And kind of right here is where I'm looking to see if they start selling again. Yeah, he allows anyone to use the code, but he hasn't expressly said, "Hey, you can use it on your channel." Like, I don't want to go and use something that somebody else has developed and then make a video about it, and without asking them. That's just the proper thing to do. Now trading higher at 443.51, breaking past these sellers above here at 443.40. Calls coming in now on Misfit. April 29th, 290C for $500,000. Calls on BAC, WBA, and NVIDIA. Just still inputs here. Broken past, you can see these sellers that were here, weak sellers down at 443.31. Bulls still in control at this point. Price target still above 445.05, 445.92. Just breaking through levels here. I think it starts to roll. I think the moment you get the Fed speaker on at 12, that's when you'll start to see the roll in the market. We've got another hour, give it like 45 minutes of either side. What we could do here too is we could sell into strength here, right? So you've got 45 minutes left until 12 o'clock. What you could wind up having is just a distribution pattern, right? We distribute from now into the 12 o'clock hour when the Fed speaker speaks, right? So you're buying calls, and the call holders are selling into you. And then you see the actual rollover once we get into the 11:45, 12:05 or so, once the speaker comes out and starts talking. Just distribution now at this, but it looks like distribution. I could be wrong. My posit is that we trade up to 445. You get that squeeze higher to 445, 446. But this action right here is looking more like distribution, right? So you're riding calls up here, and you sell into that strength, right? And it drives back up, right? But then they cut them loose again, and then eventually just rolls over as we head into the 12 o'clock hour, 12:05 or whatever. But I still think we get here. I think even if it's like a squeeze of some kind, still think that this is on the table. This is the top, I think, though. Unless there's some news we don't know, or unless a Fed speaker comes out and says we're not doing anything to hurt the retail investor. It looks more like distribution here. It's not looking like it'll go up higher. It does look like distribution, right? Looks like we're going higher, but in fact it's just handing off bags two bulls that are late to the trade. And we are at a 1 point, just a note, we are up to an implied move today of 1.19%, and we're trading already at 1.23%. So this would be the upper bounds of where we can get today, more than likely. So I'm sitting on some puts. I will add two puts if we get up to 445, 446. And otherwise, I'm just going to hold at this point. I'm not going to buy any more calls here and not try to squeeze the last little bit out of the market. So you can see where it is above here. You can see these sellers above here. 446, 445.30. So even if it trades up here, I'll just be adding to puts above at 445, 446. It's weird. We just bounced. So TLT just bounced off 118. I think I gave I hope to God I could buy like 116 is where I want to buy TLT. We're close to where I want to buy TLT. Think tight here. Yeah, it's real close. Talked on Twitter about like I talked on Twitter about this move right here. I talked on Twitter about this move right here taking place. I think it was back on I think it was trading. I think this is trading right in here. And I had mentioned that you would see a capitulation move down. I think I even drew it just like this. I was like, you're looking for a capitulation move down, and you're seeing it unfold right now with these moves lower. And the volume, you can see all these sellers down here, right? And you really want to see these last bulls get out before, or these last bulls in TLT. And what's significant about this is down in here, this like 116, this zone right here is important. Oh yeah, see? I think I've made these marks in the past over here. So like so when you're seeing like this area right here, right? This is an area of accumulation. And then this push higher right here, right? From this bottom down below here at 105. This at 116 to 105 area. And this is back in, when is this? I think I want to say this is 2020, right? This is 2018. We haven't seen lows down there. This is 2018 as well. And this is back in 2016. So we're getting close. Like TLT is getting close. I think I said 116 is where I really like it. It's at 118.87. But this is close to an area of, we're starting to get out of this zone down here where this becomes very attractive to buy. on TLT. This is where this is where the bond bulls feel max pain. Like this is all max pain area. Any of this down here is, hey, I've been long TLT since 2016, 2018. This is long time money that's in bonds. So I like anything in here. I like just owning anything in here. I like. Let's look at 5 year. Yeah, just look at that. I like owning, and look at that, it's destruction, death and destruction for. I mean, look at how low it went, right? $265. Break below. Look at that. Just, this is bearish. Just whether you know this or not, right? This is pretty fucking bearish right here. So do I think we can get to 105? Probably. Probably a relief rally of some kind, but I think it's somewhere down in here. He's going all the way back to 2015. It's pretty wild, right? Figure all this down here was bought. This whole zone, right? This was pushed up into this zone right here. There. Get a bunch of carryover from other stuff. Like this whole area right here. This whole trade right here. All right, this is all bank accumulation for this leg higher at 175. Down at 100, took the money and ran, right? Almost 100% profit. And now they've come back down to sell it all. Right? All these banks are selling out now, and they're looking for a place down here to buy again. So if they were buying these dips down here, right? We could probably go down to 105. It's possible. So anything down here is going to be just squeezing down to dump, right? We're just going to heavily dump all this. For the next trip for TLT. So I'm still not long TLT. Nice bounce down here, 118. I like that bounce. And I also like 116, and I also like 105. Watching some distribution on the SPY. Some sideways action, right? Boom. Sideways action, and then a rollover heading into, more sellers right here, more sellers right here. And we'll see this start to roll over here soon, hopefully. Bring this back here. Consistent sellers up above. VWAP's 441.86. Not a lot of buyers down below, huh? You see that? There's some right here at VWAP. This is 441.19. Keep note of this. You can see them right here, 441. Might not be as weak as it looks. I mean, it doesn't look. I mean, it looks weak in one respect. It looks weak. There's a shit ton of buyers down here for the SPY at 441. There's a fuck ton. 441.028. Unless there's a rug pull down here that we don't know about, which is possible. I'm going to look, though, to see how much money the puts print heading down to 441 and see if they do or don't pull the rug down here or not. Where sellers are above 445.09 and some more up here at 446. We'll see if we can tag 441. 441.01. It's back here too. 440.06, 440 or so. Those original buyers. I'll take a quick break and I'll be back. It's 11:20. going to take a quick break, and I will be back here in about 10 or 15 minutes. This trade, we could trade higher here. I want to talk to you about something. Just be careful. Wait a minute here. I don't know why the current order book is still sitting up there. So just be careful if you're bullish here. This could, what's good about this, when you're seeing something like this, a bull will look at this and say, this is just consolidation for a move higher. I'm not anti SPY going up and tagging this 445 and 446. But I also, whenever you see a move like this, you see how high this went. Typically this is distribution in a move like this. You'll end up seeing a rollover. And this makes sense, right? You can kind of see it rolling over at some point. I think it's risky to take this trade here. You can. I just think it's risky. I think at some point it becomes bag holding as a bull. So I'm going to take a quick break. If I see any more rips to this upside here, I'm going to add to my puts for Wednesday and Friday. Just don't get caught in this if you're a bull, because you can get caught. This can get nasty quick. Watching more calls coming in on some unusual tickers. NEGC, I think. I don't know half these tickers. I'm like, there's some bids on some really fucking unusual tickers here today. NEGG. Oh, it's NEG. Is that new? I don't know if that's Newegg or not. But NEG has calls on it. April 22nd, 7.5 C, $23,000. PSTG, May 20th, 33C, $43,000. XOP, April 29th, 145C. More calls on Plug, April 22nd, 27C. TSM, good to see these calls. May 20th, 103C, $741,000. More calls on IWM. Rasher of calls, April 22nd, 203C. Some SPY, mixed bag of SPY calls and SPY puts. A lot of sideways looking calls, and a lot of bears and bulls fighting it out in the markets. I'm not interested in trading this personally. Where we are right now, I feel like this is the grinder. This is where you get fucked up, is in here. So I don't want to get fucked up. Still have this price target above 445 and 446. And I'll add to my puts if we get up that high. We'll keep this up for you when I take this break. Yeah, is that Newegg? I haven't traded Newegg in fucking a while. That's like I don't think that stock has been. How long? When's the last time that stock was hot? Like 4 years ago or something? I'm not watching Tesla at the moment. Tesla's retesting 1032. You guys want to see Tesla before I take a break? I think I gave a price target on Tesla of 1050 and said if it hits 1100, it'll start to sell. We'll take a look. Like sell the news kind of an event. I do like the idea of Tesla, like Tesla bulls will push Tesla higher. We'll let that load up. Same two places up here. 445 84 444 or 4450. Leave both of these up here. And check out Tesla again. There's an interesting spot right there. Yeah, see, there's that 1050. So 1030, we're retesting again. I think I said by the dip was at 990 earlier. It looks like it's moved up. So these are new dip buyers. They're higher than they were previously. This is positive for Tesla, if you didn't know. So you've got dip buyers moving up now to 1,000 to want to retest 1050. I don't know that we get to 1,100 though before earnings. If it did squeeze higher to 1,100, you're still looking at a sell the news, right? If you guys trade earnings for Tesla, you remember this does happen most. We either sell off into earnings or we trade much higher into earnings, and then it becomes sell the news typically if we trade higher into ER. So do we get to 1,100? It's possible. I don't like the idea though. Like, so the thought process here is, like the promise of 1050 kind of looks right with SPY getting to 446, 445, 446, let's say. If Tesla goes to 1,100, where would that put the SPY? So let's see. That would mean we'd probably break above 446, and then where'd be your next sell? There's a ton of sellers here. There's hidden sellers above here at 450, 453. Talked about this number earlier. So 450. I'd have to do the math to see if I'd have to do the math on Tesla going to 1,100 and see where that puts us in the SPY. There's a shit ton of sellers up here. Shit ton. Okay, like does 450 get us to 1,100 on Tesla is my question, and I don't know without doing the math. So I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll do some. If you guys want, I'll do some math on that and see if we can break past 446. Where that would put the SPY. Because currently it doesn't look like they're betting on that happening. It looks like they're betting on this sell coming in at 445, 446. I don't think this gets Tesla to 1,100. Tesla's moved a little bit independently recently too. You could give that argument, right? Tesla could move on its own without the SPY. You do know that the SPY and the Qs can get pinned in earnings season, even if Tesla goes up. So yeah, I guess so. I'll give it to the bulls. I'm gonna give the chance to the bulls that even if they pin the SPY, you could see 1,100 still on Tesla before ER. Especially if the expectation is that they're gonna have lower profits on Shanghai being shut down, right? Or some not quite bad guidance, but not the best guidance. Or let's just do an uncertainty in guidance. Now trading at 443.70 on SPY. See if we can make that leg up. It'd be interesting if we get up here. If the SPY does squeeze higher into that 12:30 hour, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Because you can see that it wants to, right? All this wants to just blast off and just reach up and touch the sky into 12 o'clock. If that happens, it'd be fucking hilarious. I'm not willing to trade this. I'm too sketched out by it. Oh yeah, small account challenge isn't. We're not there yet. Let me see if I can get on Twitter on that account here. Hold on here. I have to log in under my hold on here and I'll get on there. Give me just a second here. Give me just a second. Let's see what account I'm under. Just a second here. What did I open that account under? Give me just a second. That's odd. Just a second here. Hold on one second. All right, I'll be right back. Can we just give me like 5 minutes, or we're gonna be back in like 10 minutes. I'm gonna check something. I gotta check something out. All right. So if you're still here for a minute, if you're still tuning in right now, if you hadn't signed off for a quick break, I took a look at Captain's Trades, and I accepted a bunch of you in, or accepted for the follow, whatever. Appreciate the interest. So if you were asking about at Captain's Trades, I just went through, and you guys should all be in just fine. So we'll see what the trade hasn't. No trade has been made yet. So we're waiting for market liquidation events. When we get one, I'll place those trades. You should get anywhere from 9 to 12 trades in a calendar year from me. They'll just be those 9 to 12 trades there. You'll get some kind of I'll only post. If you go through the profile, I've made a pinned tweet, and then I think I may have made one or two other tweets just laying out the rules for the trade with some direction on how to place these trades. You won't get a lot of these trades will only be once anywhere from, I'd give it an average of 45 days. You'll get one of these trades from me, and we're only going to do this challenge over the course of a year. Now, I don't recommend that you actually follow me in these trades. I don't think that normally you should even trade, or I should even trade a 100% trade each time. And I don't. So I'm doing this as a challenge because I have used this in the past to build an account, or more than one account. But I want to say I've done this 3 times at least. And then I use this tool in my regular everyday trading. So this is pretty much what the big banks do. It's nothing special. It's nothing difficult. But the management of those trades can be a challenge. So they can be the challenge and very stressful. And then the timing of those trades, and then how long you hold those trades, and then the discipline. This is the non-gambling side of being an investor, a day trader, knowing what dips to buy, when to sell for profit. So this trade should take a year to make these. It should take roughly a year. Usually, you get anywhere from 9 to 12 opportunities in a year, regardless of where the market is. The market could burn off. The market could drop just like it did in March 2020, and you'll still find these buying opportunities. I checked it all the way back about 30 years. There's a few instances where if you don't put enough time on the trade, they might not print. But it's few. Normally I would only go with about 10% of my account on one of these trades, so that you have a consistent win rate you typically have a consistent win rate of about 70 to 90% of the time. But every once in a while you can catch 10 good trades. And if I'm conservative in these trades, I think I can make 10 of these with a high chance of hitting every one of them, like 10 straight in a row. So if you're a new trader, or if you're a broke trader, or a new investor, or you want to build a bank account, or any of those kind of things, this one is for you. This is for the person that wants to learn how to make consistent money in the market with a high probability of success. And if you just took trades like this, you wouldn't have to take any other trade. That's the key. The key behind this is if you trade like this or invest like this, that you'll always be a winning investor or trader. And trading like this, the market conditions really don't matter, because eventually the market becomes oversold. And when it does that every 30 to 45 days, consistently, always has, always will. Even if we sell the market down in one fell swoop overnight, we have a big bloodbath. The banks do buy this market every single time. So we are coming into 12:42, right? We're getting close to that. We're getting close to this witching hour when the Fed speakers like to come out. I guess the only thing anybody could be thinking about would be is if the Fed speakers were bullish, but I don't think it really matters. I think there'll be some volatility coming up. So I'd give you like right around 11:45. The runway is running out. We'll see if we can squeeze this out to 4:45, 4:46 before the Fed speakers start. Our first Fed speaker comes out. I'm going to put them live. I'm going to take one more break real quick from now until 12:05. It's 11:43. Take 15, 20 minutes. Take a quick break. and then we'll tune into the first speaker. I didn't see. I didn't see. I just saw Desperado's comment. Yeah, if you're new, I mean, this is for the new. It's not just new traders. Like if you're an older trader, but you complicate your shit too much, there are easy ways to dumb down the market, dumb down trading, dumb down investing. If you're at a point, matter of fact, if you're at a point where you don't need to day trade or you don't want to day trade or you have a job, I get asked all the time on stream. All the time I'm getting asked people that are like, I want to trade that I don't have to worry about, or I want to trade. I work all day long. I'm in an office all day long. Constantly get asked those questions. And this is a trader's market right now, not an investor's market. So this is a good time to do these trades when the market sucks, right? As a matter of fact, if you learn these trades in this market currently, and the market does ever become bullish, it'll make it that much easier to know when to buy, or the best time to buy a bullish market, because this is a market that's not for bulls, right? So if you're able to still trade like this and make money in a not bullish market, this is gonna give you the tools that you need to survive this market and even just a straight bull market. When we ever get back to having a bull market again, now if we ever have that later this year or next year or whatever, this is going to give you the tools that you need to make sure that you stay green all the time. And no matter what, you're always green. Yeah, no. So I'm not buying. I've already bought puts. I'm holding puts right now. So I bought calls on the way up, and I bought puts at strategic moments, right? So I've got puts for Wednesday and Friday that I bought down here. I bought some puts here. I bought some puts here. And if we God damn leftover shit. I bought some puts here. And while I buy calls, right? While I'm buying calls, I'm buying puts at the same time, right? But the calls I'm taking profit off of, right? And I'm holding the puts as a hedge here, so far, here, and here. I'm just holding on to them. And if we trade up to this 445 and 446, I'll add my last round of puts as hedges for an implied rollover either Wednesday or Friday. So I'm going to hold these. And matter of fact, at this point, I'm slightly up on the day, and I have free puts. These cost me nothing now. These could burn, and I don't care. Could give two shits if these go to zero. So now what can I do? What can I do as a trader today, right? If we get bullish at any point, I can take those trades higher, and I've got protection so that if I get fucked up in here at any point, like today, tomorrow, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, let's say I think we're going higher at any point, right? I can take these trades, and I don't care, because if we start to burn at any point, those puts are going to cover any of those losses. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys out there. So we are coming into it's 11:46. We'll look to see if the market begins to roll over with the Fed speaker, Fed president. I think it's the Pennsylvania Fed president. I don't know exactly who it is right now. We'll have to check again which little Fed president it is. We got two today, right? We got one at 8 o'clock. And then Wednesday is where the real volatility comes in, right? We got a bunch of fucking speakers tomorrow. Yeah, we got Charles Evans at the Economic Club of New York at 12:05. Then we've got Neil Kashkari at 8 p.m. And then tomorrow we've got existing home sales. We've got Mary Daly at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. We've got Charles Evans at 11:30 tomorrow. We've got Bostick at 1 p.m. and we've got the Beige Book at 2 p.m. So you figure from now, from like 12 o'clock until 2 p.m. tomorrow, we're going to have what's contrived volatility, unless there's some headline news that we don't know about. So this is the pump that we get, and We've got Netflix coming out tomorrow. No, Netflix is end of day today. So there'll be some volatility with Netflix, of course, as well into end of day. And we also have some other big ones coming out too. Actually, I haven't checked AT&T yet because AT&T had a lot of call buying going on in it yesterday. Like a ton of call buying in AT&T. Ton of it. Keeps moving up, right? Look at that. Look at that steep sell-off in AT&T too. Giant gap to fill in AT&T. Just shit tons of call buy in AT&T. I was meant to talk. If I came on yesterday, I would have talked about AT&T. I wanted to buy this yesterday, and I fucking didn't. Like I thought about it in the morning, and then I totally fucking forgot about it all day long. And I wanted to buy some calls in AT&T. So now I'm pissed that I didn't. I'll be right back.
You're listening to Trade the News.
I forgot to put Trade the News on today.
The audio
All right, we're good.
or is choppy, please read over our support page at...
Yeah, so you've got Trade the News on now while I'm gone, so you guys can listen to Trade the News. Because I'm not finding the Economic Club of New York is what I'm looking at right now. And I'm not seeing anything lined up for. So he speaks at 1 p.m. or 12:05 p.m. I'm not seeing any events for the Economic Club of New York on their homepage. Does anybody have a Does anybody have? So it's weird is I'm not seeing I'm not seeing any kind of live stream for him speaking. Chase said maybe it's a non-event. He might be Chase might be right. It being a non-event because I'm not seeing anything on the Economic Club of New York. Let me check to see if they've got a live stream anywhere. I'm looking for. Now I'm on their website. It's a luncheon, but there's no live stream of it. Maybe you have to be a member to get the information out of there. There's a webinar. Oh, here we go. Hold on a second here. I have to reserve a spot.
U.S. senior official goes
Jim
on to say that they
James.
believe Russia have about 75% of their pre-invasion combat power currently available.
Hold on a second here. Let me see if they let me. See if they let me in. Oh shit! So it's $75. A webinar ticket is $75. I don't know if I want to pay it. I don't know if it's worth listening to them. So you got to pay. You have to pay $75 to listen to this guy talk. Here, this is where it is right here. So the Economic Club of New York. So the webinar is at 12 o'clock, 12 to 1 p.m. It's right here. And it says $0, but it's $75. You can sign if you guys want to listen into it. It's you put your name in, then you put your email in, and then it's $75 to listen into the webinar. God damn, they're charging $75 to listen to this guy talk at noontime. Fucking what a racket. Fucking these guys are worse than fucking stock bumpers. Now trade up to 444.15. Hello, ladies. 444.28. We'll see if Trade the News has any comments coming out on it. I'm not paying $75 to listen to a little Fed speaker. See if we can stretch this out so you can see it. Same targets above 445.13, 445.83. Now, U.S. stocks are moving higher, led by pre-market reversals in some of today's key Q1 reporters, namely J&J, LMT, WTI crude prices gave back 5%, while soft commodity prices also retraced lower. Treasury yields pushed ever higher following another bout of hawkish Fed commentary. The U.S. 30-year yield is testing 3% for the first time since 2019, while the U.K.'s 10-year gilt approaches 2%. U.S. stocks have seen a broad-based bid since the opening bell, but volumes have remained modest. Airlines have taken off along with other travel-related names after CDC mask mandates were taken down following a federal court ruling. So this is just stuff that's I'm reading here for this afternoon. This is came out at 10, or at noontime. What else do I got here? No other news that I can see here that's important at the moment. Yeah, the Fed members are set for life. Like can you believe that? So you figure for a webinar, $75. So if you're a member, you're probably paying, probably $5,000 to $15,000 for that luncheon, which is insano, right? Probably spending. I would bet. So I have attended events in New York in the past, luncheons and birthdays and shit. They tend to be somewhere around like cheap luncheons, like anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000. So you figure this guy's probably fucking raking in the fucking cash on just speaking events, and this is when they can get all hawkish and talk shit. It's a fucking grift. Just pinged 444.28. Still looking to see if we can get up here as 445 or 446. I guess it's pretty close, right? 444.28 is what, 60 cents, 70 cents, right? 72 cents over away from 445 ping. Not too bad. Yeah, you pay for transparency. Just watch them buy TLT. TLT is still cranking right now. They're buying the fuck out of it at $1.18. Buying the fuck out of TLT right now. Maybe one of the guys from Trade the News will buy the fuck. I can't stand like listening to these guys talk. I can't stand listening to them. And then to pay $75 for the benefit of listening to them spew bullshit. I can't. I can't morally justify it. Look at that though, man. There's nothing down here. Look at this. I mean, this is either huge support up here where we are, or this shit's gonna be a fucking bloodbath. It's gonna be a bloodbath, one or the other. Because this right here is this looks like we ain't ever coming back down here, doesn't it? Well, we're smashing through resistance levels because there are banks that are what they're doing right now is they're selling puts down way down below. They're selling 400s, let's say 400 puts, and then they're buying outside the money calls. That's the banks are doing yesterday and today. All right, I'll be right back. I still haven't taken a fucking break. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Just a heads up that the Fed's Evan, he's a Dove non-voter. He's saying that it's a good reason to think that the economy will do very well even as rates rise. The U.S. economy is fundamentally strong.
And Minority Leader McConnell saying that if Republicans retake the Senate this fall, they will focus on inflation and energy.
Also note that the market internals update at this point, New York Stock Exchange volume is 273 million shares, 8% below its 3-month average. Advancers lead decliners 2.3 to 1. NASDAQ volume 2.5 billion shares, 4% below its 3-month average. Advancers lead decliners 2.9 to 1. The VIX is down 5% at 20.97. I think now it's down to, where's it at now? It's at 20.96 currently. And what else do I got for you? I think that's all I've got. And that Evans comments, of course, impacts USO, TLT, the SHI, BNO.
That's Evans saying that we need to be mindful of a wage price spiral and monitor for it.
No real impact on the SHI right now, but the TLT seemed like the comments had an impact on it.
As I've been saying, looking at the composition of inflation, you can take note of some positive developments if they continue. I've been saying it's still too early to think that inflation challenges we're facing now are changing, but they could. German Chancellor Scholz saying that we will all continue to finance Ukraine militarily and financially.
I'm seeing some readouts from this teleconference call that took place between Western officials. Scholz saying the G7 agreed to continue full backing for the Ukraine. German Chancellor Scholz saying that their strength of the West is in the unity, and Putin did not expect that.
As Evan's saying, that if we were to do a couple of 50 basis point increases, could get to 2.25% to 2.5% neutral rate by the end of the year. I've been saying that if we don't see inflation coming down, we're going to raise rates above neutral. And I've been saying if they do see inflation come down, then neutral rates could be about right.
So Evans is out there massaging the markets right now. I wonder. So it says
from German Chancellor Scholz saying that they have reached a limit of what they can deliver from German armed forces' own stocks.
Let's have a look and see what's going on here. We can tighten any of this up here. What do I do here? Hold on a second here.
I've been saying if inflation reaccelerated, that will be a cause of great concern.
This last group up here, this is where those last sellers are. This is 445, 446. Evan's being quite dovish today. This doesn't look exactly like this looks like a bear flag, right? Like it's going to roll over at some point as time passes. I guess the question becomes, where does it roll to? Or is this just continuation, just a grind higher to this sell? We also know that there's a vol trigger up here. If you are a bull and you want to get bullish, anything over this if this 445 holds, that is your volatility trigger for the market. And you can see right up here where this zone
Evans
is.
Going on to say expects that they will need to raise rates above neutral.
So this is that vol trigger up here at 446. I think Spot Gamma called it at 4,500. I can look right now and see what it says the vol trigger is for today. I haven't looked today yet to see where the vol trigger is. Let me take a look and see. The vol trigger is actually lower today. Let's show it to here. This is the SPY. vol trigger, and the vol trigger is at 442 for today. So it's even lower. It's not even up. It's not even at. I've got it listed there at 446. So this is the volatility trigger right here. We'll make this. We'll change this here. That's important to know. We'll make this. What color? Goofy blue. I'll make this kind of look goofy blue. Right here. And to be all in all aspect, this is the volatility trigger. We're past it now. If we have consolidation, if we're able to maintain this, if you're able to maintain this up here, this could signal a move higher. Get rid of that. Close that up.
Evan says he expects to see the housing market cool down as rates go higher.
Housing market's not coming down for anybody. Smoking crack.
UK Prime Minister Johnson saying that they'll be giving Ukraine more support with artillery.
Looks like these sellers up here too are kind of
after
disappearing
G7
on the right here.
On Ukraine.
No, they're still there. They're still hiding above. 445, 446. And a rasher of sellers up here. 447, 450. $453. That's the big boy up there, 460. This is the retest of the previous high that we had. You know, 460 would get Tesla to 1100. Tesla bounced off that 1030. You know, if Tesla went to fucking 1100, you'd get 460 for sure out of SPY. Whatever happened to, well, let's talk about that real quick, Chase. So, Chase, where do we buy? Chase, where do we buy puts? Do we buy puts here, Chase? Or do we buy puts here? Do we buy puts here, or do we buy puts here? Do we buy puts here, or do we buy puts here?
That's Evan saying that they should adjust the balance sheet very carefully.
Or do we buy puts here? Or do we buy puts here? Does that make sense? So, like, let's just say that we bought puts here. We'd be kind of fucked, right?
That once we set a monthly cap of $95 billion for the runoff, we will watch puts, but not adjust it to manage the policy.
Puts.
I've been saying the Fed funds rate will continue to be the main tool for monetary policy.
Calls down there. Does that make sense? Puts, calls. So the logic is that you buy puts here. Now, if this is the vol trigger being down here right now, the vol trigger is down here though. That's an important thing to note, right? Because we are above the vol trigger. Now, this vol trigger was actually higher. Vol trigger was up here before when we were heading our way down. So the vol trigger changes as calculated each day. Now, if the vol trigger is dropped and we're up higher than it, and we're pushing above the vol trigger, we could be looking for consolidation and a move higher and a break above this channel here. This is 445, but we're also looking for some rejection here at 445, 446 to roll back over. So, like, if you're asking down here, do you buy puts? Fuck no. As a matter of fact, on the open today, we didn't want to call up or down. We wanted to say, well, wait to see if it goes up or goes down, and then you start to enter calls or puts, right? Depending on where we are. So where do you buy puts? You don't buy them off the bell down here. So if you did buy puts off the bell down here, you're gambling, right? If you're going to wait until we get up here to buy some puts, I'm going to hold puts. Well, I bought calls and puts on the way up here, but I've sold the calls each time we head up higher. But I'll still keep puts in here in this zone, probably even higher. I'll maintain these puts here in anticipation of some kind of a roll, right? And even if these don't print, I'll just buy calls on the way up if we continue to go higher. So either way, it pays for my puts, and I'm making money on the call side here. That's the same thing as when we're down here. Do you want to be buying puts down here? Fuck no. You don't be buying puts down here, right? And you don't want to be buying puts down here. You be buying calls. And the same thing goes for where we are right now. So the good play or the smart play to print is to be buying calls up here. Now, what happened with Spot Gamma saying that the price target this week is 430. What they're saying to you is that if we get a bearish or bearish Fed or hawkish Fed speakers, that we should see weakness down to 430. We're not getting a bearish talk from Fed speakers today, but we might get them tomorrow, right? So if you get a bunch of Fed speakers tomorrow and we hit this tomorrow, and you're like, oh no, I'm fucked and doomed. You still have until Wednesday, and you actually still have until Friday for those to print. Now, if this volatility doesn't enter with the Fed speakers tomorrow, if they're massaging the market, and the other issue too in this is the reason why Spot Gamma is saying to you that we won't get lower than 430 is because of we are well hedged down to 400. And Winky talks about this, right? You won't actually get to 400 unless an event happens, like something bad with Ukraine. A Fed speaker comes out and says they're going to 0.75 or something percent. Even then, a Fed speaker, it's gonna be buoyed here until we get closer to OPEX or FOMC. So the trade down here, will we see this by Friday? Good chance of it. So just be patient. I certainly would not want to buy calls here. If I was going to buy more calls, at this point, it's going to probably be above 445. You need to buy them now. You can't really enter calls. This is too late. This is like a no-go zone in here because we usually roll here, and because if we're going to trade higher, you want to break out of this channel, right? You want to break out of this channel that's been going on for a month. Hold on here. You can take this trade, you can take that trade, you can take that trade, and this trade, and this trade, and this trade, and you can take this trade. But you don't want to be fucking around in here unless we start to go much, much higher, right? You don't need these. You don't need the day trade in here to take this long. You don't have to be the guy that says, "Oh, I bought it right here, and we kept going higher." You want to be the guy that buys it here and takes it higher for continued call. You want to let the banks do this work for you. Otherwise, the play here is to buy some put protection and then trade it higher as we go, because the chance of this rolling over is quite high, right? We did it once here, we did it once right here, we did it once here, we did it once here. Do I think it's going to happen again? There's a high chance of it, right? That we'll roll it again at some point, either today, tomorrow. It doesn't matter if it's today, tomorrow, Wednesday, Friday. We should get a roll at some point. So if you're a bear, just hang on, just chill, relax, and chill out. If you're losing money in your puts, you can always look for a signal to buy calls. You're going to look for this movement here to turn into more of a bull flag than a bear flag to ride it up higher. And furthermore, you're still watching these sellers. They're still sitting here at this 445, 446. And the awesome trade is here, right? You can see where the good trade is. It's way up here. All this clear blue sky here. There's some hidden sellers up here. You can see them right there. They're at 447 and 448. and some more at 450. But
as Evan's saying, that the Fed's new policy framework is still quite sturdy.
and to further that point, I told you I wasn't taking any longs.
Swiss National Bank's Jordan commenting Swiss inflation expectations are well anchored.
In here, right? I told you this was the chop
Speaking
zone.
from an event in Washington.
This is the distribution zone. This is where call buyers down here or over here are selling their calls to you, taking profit. It doesn't mean we don't trade higher. This isn't consolidation either. Take another leg up. Wait a minute. Take another leg up. So we'll trade that if it comes, if it shows itself, we'll trade that up higher. But this is the area where, you know, you're just kind of like, market makers taking all your money. Yes, just chill out, relax. If there's a trigger, you can see these sellers right in here. Sellers hiding back here around 12 o'clock, right? Just selling into you. There's call sellers up here, right? They're selling calls. Does that mean you don't trade higher? No, I'm open to us trading higher here. I got no problems with this trade. I got no problems with this rolling over or trading higher right now. I know that I'm well hedged right now, and if an opportunity presents itself to trade higher, I'll jump on those calls. And you should be well hedged with puts as well, right here.
Jordan saying there could be some risk to price stability in Switzerland. Seeing some change in consumer behavior in Switzerland.
Thoughts on Twitter? Will they kill? What are my overall thoughts on Twitter? They run the gambit right now. My thoughts on Twitter run the gambit. There's a lot to be said. So from a baseline, I think last Friday we talked about this. I talked to you guys about how they haven't monetized Twitter on Friday. Friday morning I said to you, they haven't monetized it. That became kind of a big part of that conversation over the weekend, was that Twitter hasn't been monetized, right? And I know it's people have picked up on it, they've harped on it, saying you could have bought fucking anything and it would have done better than Twitter has done. I think, though, that people miss that point, though, too, is that if Twitter was ever monetized properly, it could make a lot of money. Like
Jordan saying the biggest impact on Swiss price stability comes from energy prices and supply chain problems.
At 12:30, someone bought 12:27. Someone bought $1 million in Tesla calls. April 22nd, 10:40. C, $1 million. A little bit of a roll going on right now in the SPY. So my take on Twitter is it can be monetized. Now, with that being said that it can be monetized, well, there's a few things at play, right? Number one, let's bring Twitter up over here. Okay, you got this big jump, right? We know we had this big jump, started trading down, consolidating, right? Another boom, right? Another boom. Traded up, starting to consolidate down, right? Maybe we'll get another bump. You do know that there's a bunch of call buyers down in here, right? You know there's a bunch of call buyers down in here. Let me clear all this up. So you know there's a bunch of call dip buyers down here. They want to buy any and all dips. You know there's a bunch of money down in here. You heard? I forgot which. There's some investment bank said they were making a bid again today. So I don't believe they're making a bid today. I think hedge or investment banks are saying, or groups of people are saying, I'm gonna put a bid in because they're long down here, and they just want their calls to print. It's that simple. Like whenever any of this stuff is released publicly, you find out that all these fucking smart people, they're buying fucking naked puts. They're buying fucking calls, just like straight up calls on stuff. They're as much of gamblers as the retail. They say they're not. They'll tell retail traders that they're gamblers, but then you like some texts will leak, and you'll find out they just bought some fucking zero dates down here, right? Or we're not here, probably like here. They bought some fucking zero dates. They bought some 0 dates again. They bought some 0 dates again. Shit like that. I shit you not. This happens all the fucking time. As a matter of fact, one of the famous ones that did it recently was what are the fucking the short Hindenburg Research had a bunch of text messages leaked, and they were buying fucking 0 date puts against companies they were running shit on. So I don't put it past any of these guys that are out there saying they're gonna make a bid, right, to jack the price up. Anyways, point being, getting back, or I'm off on a tangent. Point I'm trying to make to you is, this is a hot ticker right now to be trading, hot ticker to be buying dips on, and you know that there's money coming into it with calls. We talked about should you be buying puts on Twitter? Only if not now. I don't think you can buy puts on Twitter right now because you're gonna keep having companies say they're gonna make some offers on Twitter. I assure you of that. I assure you there are gonna be other companies that are gonna make offers on Twitter. Twitter is probably only going up on dips right now. What do I think about Elon Musk buying it and bringing it private? Twitter's an enigma right now to me because it could go the way of Reddit, which is a really bad thing. If any of you guys are older, you remember FARC. You guys remember the old boards. Even before FARC, there were some Usenet stuff that was out there, message boards. Reddit had that potential of being a great place, and then I don't know if I want to say that it was monetized. That was part of Reddit. Partially became monetized. Lots of puts rolling in right now on the SPY, the Qs, and XLK. I don't know that there's Twitter's in a weird place, right? They silence some people that shouldn't be silenced, but they silence other people that should be fucking silenced. And the reason, the thing that the balancing act for Twitter, or the job that they have, is not easy. So if you think about the job that Twitter has, right? You have bad actors with lots of money and power. Money and power. That's different. There's a difference there, right? Like Chamath doesn't have power. He's got money. But when you look at a state actor like North Korea, China, Russia, you guys may or may not believe this. Lots of puts rolling in right now on the spot. We got 422, 440p for $500,000. We got QQQs 423, 42p for $250,000. Got more SPY puts rolling in right now. So you got all this. Oh, you got these big bad actors. Like these are fucking badasses. I don't like them, but you can't discount what China, Russia, and North Korea does. You can't in today's day and age, right? I see some of you guys on Twitter out there, and you make comments. Not all of you, but some of you make comments that are farmed for your consumption. They're trying to sway not just your opinion, but they're trying to groom you into, believe it or not, into some really fucked up thought processes. And so you do, to an extent, have to fucking mute those voices on Twitter. You can see a place right now where they're not muted. You can go right to Reddit, and you can see the astroturfing of Reddit trying to manipulate over time, right? This is kind of like when you go to this is something, because it's something interesting. Perfect place you can see this happen is you can see it happen in grocery stores. You can see it happen at the gas pump. When you go to a grocery store today and you only see one or two people checking people out, you see like 30 lanes, and then you see this whole new checkout that you're checking your own groceries, and you see like fucking 50 fucking self-checkouts and one cashier in this giant store. Over time, right, it becomes, you become like, so a child growing up seeing that difference where you're not seeing a physical person check your groceries, eventually they become used to seeing self-checkout. And then you become groomed into saying, I like self-checkout. And then over time, right, that becomes the norm. And that same thing happens in social media today. Eventually, over time, on Reddit and other places, you'll be grooming people to expect to hear certain things repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated. And before you know it, you see someone on Twitter repeating fucking those same fucking things publicly on Twitter. And you go, well, where did that come from? Where did that, like, hardcore, I don't know, truck nut fucking Republican come up with this whack shit? And the same thing applies to Democrats. I shouldn't talk about this stuff, but it does impact Twitter. So it's a really fucked up thing, because you see this really far left and really far right parrot talking all over social media, and you can see that, believe it or not, they're both being poisoned by foreign actors, and Twitter has a big job to deal with that. And I was saying this on Friday, that you can still get some truth out of Twitter. You can get a verified account from a reporter, or you can get a verified account from Elon Musk, or you can get a verified account from a president, or from any of these people that are verified. And so it's a very tough place. I know what Elon wants to do, and I'm down with what Elon wants to do, and I think that it can still be monetized too. I know that Quinn Invest is passionate and has a high knowledge of Twitter and how fucking clunky it's become. So that's an issue for me, how clunky it is. It sucks that it's clunky. And I don't want most voices to be quieted on Twitter either. I like to hear everybody's voice on Twitter, but it still, to some extent, and I know that Elon's saying that they can find out who the bots are and who the bots aren't, but there are just, they got these aren't bots. They got buildings full of actual people that can post. Like, I know it's hard to find somebody. There's an AI subreddit that I could turn you guys on to, where you can't even tell that these are AIs discussing topics. But even AI right now is coming to a point where you can't decipher if that's a human or not. And fuck AI. Some of these actors can put just giant fucking rooms full of people posting all day long, and then you've got just the astroturfing of other social media sites where you don't need AI. You don't fucking need a room full of people pushing your opinion, because you're already astroturfing so many other parts of the internet. So that now you're getting fucking parrots that are Democrats and Republicans that are saying shit that it's just not a part of our values, at least. They're not the values of Western values from Europe, and yet they're seeping into our culture. Now, is some of that okay? Sure, I'm okay with some of that. What I don't like is the manufactured opinion that's coming in through social media, and then could be picked up by an American, let's say, or picked up by an Englishman, or picked up by an Indian, or I don't know, someone from Taiwan. It doesn't matter where they're getting picked up, or it does matter where it's getting picked up, but the influence and the astroturfing is insidious. It actually reaches right out and touches you and me as a regular person. I can't trust all the information that I'm hearing in other places, and then I come onto Twitter and I start to pump opinions. And I'm a real person. You can see me on camera. You know who I am. You know that I'm not an AI, right? I'm not like generated. My hand's not bouncing through the table. But at the same time, I can be influenced from some outside forces. So I don't know how Elon deals with that. But I get what he's saying. I get the point that he's trying to make, that not all voices should be able to speak and not get shut down. I get it's a hard thing to do. And Twitter is, believe it or not, I was just talking to my wife about this because I didn't like Twitter for a long time, but I'm like, it's one of the last fucking places where you can get straight and fast and straight information. It's one of the last fucking places left out there that I can somewhat trust to an extent, that it's Elon Musk fucking talking, or that it's, I don't know, Biden or Trump or whoever is actually talking on Twitter. Now, dissenting opinion, I'm fine
PM commenting after the G7 call, saying that leaders agreed on their commitment to diversifying energy supplies and reducing dependence on Russia.
But to say that it's easy, and yeah, I don't like the Twitter. I'm not a fan of anyone that works for Twitter. Believe it. I mean, I'm not down with the board. I'm not down with the internals of Twitter. I know that it has a lot of work that needs to be done to get your voice out there, but it's not an easy task either. And I think even if Elon bought it, once he gets into what actually takes place out there, it's not easy to navigate. It's not there's no easy answers, even if Elon were to buy it or some other company. I'll tell you one thing: if fucking Google bought it, or if one of these fucking large investment banks bought it, it's going to be cleaned and sanitized. If you see one of those companies buy it, if you see Disney buy it, Google, if you see like a BlackRock buy it, I'm telling you, it's going to get it's going to get fucking astroturfed. If it stays what it is right now, it's probably better than any other option right now. If Elon were to take it private, could he work on it? Yeah, I think he could work on it. But do I think he's going to encounter the same fucking problems that Twitter has already? Yeah, I think those same problems are going to be there. I don't think it's as easy as saying we're going to identify who the bots are and cut those people out, yet let fucking whoever have the same voice piece. I don't think certain people should have the same fucking voice piece. Or not the same voice piece, but I see guys out there, men, women, whoever, with like fucking 200,000 followers that are batshit fucking crazy and have a platform that's fucking pumped up by more batshit fucking crazy people. I'm sorry to say that. That's what it is. So I don't know about that soapbox too, right? Like sometimes that soapbox doesn't deserve fucking the followers that they fucking have. Or how do they get those fucking followers? How do you get fucking 1 million fucking followers? Dude, some of these people that have 1 million fucking followers, I'm like, how? Why? Where did those followers come from? I know there's arguments that, well, that's all bots, or they paid for those followers, or they do all this other shit to get those followers so they get a voice and that kind of stuff. But honestly, there's a real high danger for Twitter at all, right? At all, there's a danger for Twitter turning into an astroturf place like Reddit, even if Elon Musk works on it. And that's the big problem right now. The major problem is how bad does it get on Twitter? How many voices are you going to silence to? But at the same time, how do you actually combat where it can head? How bad can it get for Twitter? So I don't envy Twitter's positioning for where they are. I don't envy. The one thing that I do envy is it can be monetized. I most certainly envy that. That there's a lot of money that can be made on Twitter. So for right now, what's my take on Twitter? My take on Twitter is there's still interest. My take on Twitter is that there's a lot of invested money in Twitter going higher. You're more than likely going to see it. I think I said $80. I think if there's any kind of legit bids out there, you'll see Twitter go to $80. I think that's still on the table. $70, $80, or whatever. I think that's not unreasonable to look for if somebody's able to buy it, even if it is AstroTurf from Google, AstroTurf from Disney, or whatever fucking company buys it, whether it's Elon or not. You're gonna see you're gonna see greed come in. You're gonna see people that want to monetize it and make money off of it. Will that be the death of Twitter? Possibly, probably, but they're gonna try to fucking squeeze it for every last fucking penny it has, because it's one of those companies that hasn't made money. Now, if does Elon buy it? Do I care if Elon buys it or want Elon to buy it? I don't know. I know that no matter who, I don't know that whoever has that fucking job, it's not going to be easy. Whether it's the current regime, management, upper management that decides the direction of Twitter, or if it's Elon, it's not going to be fucking easy. And it's weird too, because you're hearing I see some fucking crazy fucks on Twitter that are like, that Elon's their savior, and I'm like, these motherfuckers shouldn't have a fucking voice. They're batshit fucking crazy, and this encompasses all political spectrums. It has more to do with people are consuming elsewhere, and then shitting in diarrhea and wiping their asses on Twitter with. Yeah, he is planning on offering launch a tendering offer. Yep, 10 days. Brandy said it, Chuck nuts. No, I understand what you're saying. Look, I've been censored by Twitter. Don't get me wrong, okay? I've been kicked off Twitter. Not kicked off, but I've been shut down on Twitter. I've been timed out. I've had posts taken down. I've had fucking notices in my DMs saying apologize or say no or say you're sorry and promise you'll never do this again. So look, I've been on the wrong side of Twitter myself. Don't get me wrong here. I've gotten slapped around by the Twitter police too, and I know what you're saying about Twitter like Twitter allows a certain speech to take place depending upon where the regime is right now, whichever regime that is. I understand that they're astroturfing to a point. My point is that I can't go right now. Generally speaking, I can't go on Reddit and find and absolutely know that whoever's talking is that person. And that's one good thing that I give to Twitter. I know that if I see someone specific there, that I know that it's them. That's the only trust that I have in Twitter. The only trust that I have in Twitter is if I see that it's Trump talking, or see if it's Biden talking, if I see that it's Elon talking, that they've been fucking verified. And I know you can pay for verification. I know all this shit too. I know that there's all this other whack shit that goes on behind the scenes of Twitter. I'm saying it's the only place left. It is. It's the only place left that's an outlet for people that you can see, right? Media figures, politicians, people with power. Whatever they say, you can at least know it came from them or their promotions team or their fucking their fucking save their asses. Yeah, I'm not. Look, you gotta understand. I'm not on for or against Elon. I know that Twitter's
Central Bank chairman saying that if interest rates go up elsewhere, that will increase differentials to other countries, and we can go back to a more normal policy in Switzerland.
I know what Twitter's doing is not working, right? You can feel the slow. You can feel the slowly. You can feel it slipping away, right? You can slowly just feel the freedom, quote unquote, of freedom of speech too. You could wrap a whole bunch of this stuff up in there, but you can feel it slipping. And what's else crazy is I like the idea of the edit button for because sometimes I'll post something and then I delete it and post it and delete it and post it like 2-3 times sometimes because I missed something or I typed wrong or I missed an A or whatever. And so I like the idea of the edit button for the first 5 minutes or so. I don't like the idea of an edit fucking button a month down the road or a week down the road. Fucking pumpers, fucking furrows would have a fucking field day with that shit. You can see it right now, right? You can look at Twitter accounts. You can go on Twitter right now. You can go right to my handle. You can go right to CaptainJimJames, right? I haven't deleted a fucking unless I offend somebody. If I offend somebody, or if I've hurt people's feelings, and I've had people come in and say, "Cap, you're being an asshole," I'll delete.
French government officials saying that France is willing to provide Ukraine with security guarantees.
But you'll see that I don't delete tweets. I let them all stand. If you go through, I've got like 14,000 fucking tweets. I don't delete them. But you guys can see out there, if you go to certain handles out there, furrows and shit, you'll see like 10 tweets, 100 tweets, 30,000 followers, and they just say, "I'm going through to clean up my past history or whatever." It's because they don't want to they don't want you to fucking see when they made a wrong call, right? Or they had a wrong hot take on something. Right? Or they didn't have enough information, quote unquote, or something like that. I believe your tweets should stand. I believe the things that you say should stay there. I should be able to go back into your history and see what you're doing, right? So I don't like that idea. I don't like the idea of editing tweets other than maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That I understand because I've done that before. I've made posted tweets where I'm like, fuck. Or at least I could go in and just retype it or rephrase it to rephrase it better. Sometimes I've made posts where I thought I was making a certain point and then it was interpreted differently. Under those circumstances, I can see wanting to edit a tweet. But other than that, I want your shit to stand. I want to see, I want to look back on it in 10 years and be like, oh, that fucking guy over there said, this or that or whatever. And some, especially the politicians and the people that make policy, people that are big movers, right? You see like a CEO of a company making a statement, and then all of a sudden you find out it was a fucking lie, fucking 2 years later or 3 years later. I want a record of that stuff. I know there's a Wayback Machine for that kind of stuff too, so you really can't get rid of. That's the other fucked up thing. Even with an edit button, you're still gonna have. As a matter of fact, if you get an edit button, you're probably gonna see for high-profile Twitter users, you're gonna see a whole cottage industry pop up of original tweets being saved. So you're not really getting out of anything. If you're of a certain stature, but I don't see it easy for Twitter. I'm not putting blame on Twitter. I don't think it's going to be easy for Twitter to navigate this, no matter who the owner is. The one thing that I would say on this topic is that I guarantee you, if the wrong people get their hands on Twitter, however this plays out, right? If there is a company that takes over Twitter and they don't have autonomy, right? If it's like a company like Google or a company like fucking Disney or fucking some kind of fucking investment bank, it's going to get fucking AstroTurf to fuck. It's going to be atrocious. And if anything, that would be the moment where you'd want to see a new social media. It'll probably be the death of Twitter to some extent. It'll be the next evolution, right? You saw Fark, you saw Usenet, you see Reddit, and now you see Twitter kind of coming into its own right now. Which direction does it take? You'd probably see the rise of a new social media empire to replace Twitter, because it kind of is the last place, and it is kind of at a crossroads if it goes down that road of astroturfing. And that astroturfing could come in many forms. And so I guess, am I happy with the Twitter people on the inside? Fuck no. They probably think that's their ace in the hole.
So Central Bank's Jordan saying normalization of monetary policy elsewhere would be positive for the S&B and give them more room to maneuver.
Do I think the stock price will go up, whoever buys it? Yes, I do. I think the stock price will go up even more if a investment bank or a fucking SPAC or a fucking, any one of these bullshit fucking companies actually puts a winning bid in. And until that interest goes away, you're going to see a bid in Twitter too. So buy every dip in Twitter. There's still money there unless they thwart the corporate rating that's taking place. You're probably going to see a buyer of some kind. And depending on who that buyer is, it'll be like, the better or the lesser of evils. The worst evil is going to be like a Google, believe it or not, or a fucking Disney, or any kind of company that cares about their image and cares about money. It'll be a fucked up place. You'll probably only be able to go there to see tweets from people like Elon. If Elon buys it, I don't know. I think he runs into the same. Again, he runs into the same problems that Twitter itself has run into. How do you navigate through the fucking disaster that is the internet? We're gonna look back on this. I think we're gonna look back on this time, this time of internet history. I think that it might take 20 years. We might just be fucking hoodwinked over this. The wool could be pulled over our eyes. We don't even notice the change where we believe everything on the internet. But if there's a chance, we'll look back on these past 20 years and we'll see how fucking rotten the internet is right now with bad fucking actors from other countries, like real fucking bad actors. And it's not just other countries too. It's corporations that do this shit too. It's so disgusting. It's like it's corporate America. It's fucking other countries. They pile so much shit down your throat. It blows my fucking mind. It blows my fucking mind. It does. It blows my fucking. Doesn't the U.S. prefer Saudi ownership? It blows my fucking mind to see where we've come to, where this kind of. Because I'm getting older, so like I kind of remember I remember when we were fucking pumped full of U.S. propaganda, but I've also seen that pendulum swing to a place that's fucking bizarre. It's like fully fucking bizarre. Are we rolling over? It's a good question. I don't know. I'm sitting on some puts still with Wednesday and Friday expiry. I haven't bought anything yet. This looks like distribution. It just looks, or distribution. Well, I guess it could be some consolidation in there. Looks like it's turning more into some consolidation. I guess I haven't paid attention. I was on this Twitter rant. It's. I don't think that's an easy job. I don't think that's an easy job for. I don't like what Twitter's doing right now. If you want to know, but at the same time, if the wrong fucking company gets their hands on Twitter, it's going to be a shit show. It really is. It'll be a fucking shit show. It's gonna be kind of squeezy right here. There's still lots of puts coming into the market. Some call buyers dipping in right now too. Nice little rollover. We'll take a look. I'm not in anything except for puts that I've been adding since earlier today. We'll look to see if the sellers are still here. Let's look higher and see. There's less fucking sellers above here. I mean, for the sellers that we had earlier back here, yeah, they're kind of still here. Looks like they're slowly feeding in. Let's take a look here. Sellers are most certainly weaker above here than they were earlier. Take a look here and see. Seeing call buyers stepping in, right, since 12 o'clock. I don't know if these guys are late to the party. Let's scroll down here and take a look. See if there are any buyers down below. Twitter's a tough one. I haven't talked too much about it on Twitter. I've tried to stay away from weighing in on it. I don't really have too much of an opinion. I don't think it's easy. I don't think it's easy for Twitter. I don't think 441.72. Looks like the fucking call buyers are just kind of hanging out here. Let me get a better look. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you think we are weaker. Let's take a look here. Well, it's weird because down here I'm not seeing like a big hey, come to me down here, like a big green bar, or a red bar down here saying come down here so I can buy a dip and send it higher. What I think is that they want to get it up to that 446. I think the plan is I think the plan is to reach for this. It's 445, and then did I move this what did this did I hold on a second here. I think I might have fucked with my my lines here. You can see that lower one there. I did chart this morning. This 445.74 had another pin strike above. Kind of seeing that same rule here. 1, 2, and 3. Major resistance above here at 445 and then 446. I think if we do get some weakness, it's not going to be that much lower. It looks like all the bulls are still here. Not seeing a buy the dip lower here right now is bullish. You can see them, right? They're not anywhere. They're not sitting down here. There's a little line down below here at 442.52. I think the idea is that bulls want to see 446. That's what I think. The bulls want to see 445, 446. So we'll continue to watch and see if we get another round of. What you need is more call buying, lots of it. So if we see another round of call buying at any point, we'll go long. If not, I'm just going to sit here in these puts and wait. It's going to roll over if we don't see call buying. So we want to see call buying or real money buying if we're going to continue up higher from here. If not, we'll trade lower until we find more buyers. Let's see what you guys are saying about Twitter up in here. See what your thoughts are on Twitter and Disney. Yeah, my fucking dude. My fucking mind is blown when I see poor people fighting with each other. That shit blows my fucking mind. They've turned all of you against each other. It doesn't matter what your political.
Russian central bank saying they're using forex currency control measures for Russian exports focused companies, excluding commodities and exchange sector.
I prefer Americans astroturfing to Russians, to be honest. Yeah. Oh God, I wish I could go back to the '80s. Life was simpler and happier. But how am I gonna live without my iPhone? I need my dopamine. Yeah, there was a time, right? There was a time where we weren't checking phones all day long, dude. Life was good. I was a real young kid then, but those years were good years. It's interesting. So when I lived in some pretty cool places, like I lived in mountain towns and beach towns, and you don't focus so much on actually do get out and do stuff. You get out and actually surf. You get out and actually ski and hike and bike. But I recently moved to a place that doesn't do that. A lot of that. They do it, but not a lot of it. And so I've seen more. I see a lot of middle America and suburbia and places. I was at a concert recently, and I can't believe how many people aren't enjoying the show. I was taken aback. Actually enjoying the moment that you're living in, like those days are over for a lot of people, unless they are around those things all the time. It's kind of sad to see. People are trying to fucking live stream everything and fucking to get their fucking cameras out rather than dancing to the music or singing the music or, experiencing what a show actually is. This is kind of bizarre. What's going on with options position? I'm seeing a mixed bag right now. I'm seeing people load up on calls and puts. So am I totally anti-free speech? No, I'm 100% free speech. I am totally 100% free speech. What I'm saying to you is that free speech on social media today, right, is not what you think it is. It's not what you think it is. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you that when I'm standing in a room, right, when I'm talking to somebody, right, that's free speech, right? If I'm talking to you, if I know you in person, right, and you know me, that's free speech. But what I'm talking about on the internet is that it's not real. It's not real, and they're trying to figure a way to combat what's real and what's not on social media. And there's a lot of forces out there that are trying to not give free speech. You might think, who's this guy? Ilvius Vori. You might think, hey, well, my freedom of speech is being infringed upon on Twitter. Well, it's not. Twitter's a private or they're a public company, but they're not a soapbox on the corner. They're a company, whether you like that or not. That's what they are. You don't have fucking free speech on Twitter. You don't have fucking free speech on fucking Reddit or any of these other platforms, and that's what we kind of get lost on what free speech is. You get crafted speech. So the question is, who's doing the crafting? No one cares about you, Yves Vori, and no one cares about me, CaptainJimJames. But they do care about these big state actors and what their power and influence is and who they're influencing. So do I believe in free speech? 100 fucking %. I was in the army. I fucking served my country so that you could have free fucking speech. Fucking, I believe in free speech. 100 fucking %. I mean, I could just go on a rabbit hole with this stuff. Let me see what else is saying. Free speech is a double-edged sword nowadays. No, I think free speech used to be a double-edged sword. I think a lot of what you're consuming and I'm consuming is crafted by the highest fucking bidder, which is fucking crazy. Starting through firing domestic propaganda has to be an awful task. Yeah, I think it is. He'll run it direct on the ground. He's only ever run. Yes, I read that one already. Horseman show liquidity at 4425. Does that act as a target? Support and bounce? So I have no idea. Liquidity at 4425. I delete my tweets whenever I apply for a job. Hilarious. Jack Dorsey owns less of Twitter than I do. He had a 12 Tesla Q. 30,000 of his tweets. Jesus Christ. Saudi ownership, Disney. You'd be surprised. Where's liquidity on SPY? There's none showing itself right now. So right here, you can see some right here. 44173. Right below VWAP is some liquidity. That's where if you can see it right here. Let me see if I can show it to you. It's a better way to show you where liquidity is. Right there. You can see it right here. This is 44258. A little bit higher. 44276, 44229, and then a big block down below at 44182. If you guys want to see lower liquidity, as you can see it right here. It's hiding down below here. Right down in here. You guys can see it.
S&P's Jordan saying that Switzerland is impacted little by the financial sanctions against Russia.
Let me get a little bit closer here. Right down there. There's some right there. 44172, 44259. But even with it being here, this looks like lots of support. This whole area looks like lots of support. Usually you'll see a big giant red bar much, much lower, and you're not seeing that. So looks like the bulls are balls deep all in where we are currently. Hold on here. Give me just a second. This bear flag's turned into a nice little squeeze play. Looking tasty right here.
The Fed's daily reverse repo operation, ED counterparty is taking $1.82 trillion.
Looking real tasty. This is this prior resistance. This line right here is some prior resistance going back the entire week. Show you guys where that is. Right up here. Here. And here going back to the 12th. Right where we are. 445 is our major resistance line and SPY flow turning hard there. Fairly strong call selling orange. Yesterday, what are you guys? Am I missing stuff? Missed some of you guys are saying. Hold on, guys. What must be you guys saying? Bunch of twits. That's first them. Life was good, I agree. Is VolWiz not on Twitter anymore? I haven't checked. I haven't seen him. I haven't been on Twitter. Dude, you guys don't understand. I'm not even on Twitter that much anymore. I can't respond to people. I can't talk to people. I've had a really tough go of interacting on Twitter lately. I haven't had the time to. So I haven't checked in on him. I'll look in. I'll check it out
on the G7 call today saying Biden and allies agreed to continue coordination on Ukraine.
I mean, I'll look up VolWiz right now and see what. Did he disappear from Twitter? I like him a lot, by the way. He's a kick-ass follow. Is he still on Twitter? Or did he delete his account? No, he's still on Twitter. Oh shit, did he delete a bunch of his shit and disappear? Holy shit. What happened to VolWiz? I'll have to reach out to him and see if he's okay. He should be okay. He seems fine. He probably has a private handle now, if I had to guess. I'll have to check in on him. Thanks for saying something. There's signs of creeping in the A's with grandma. Yep. There were signs of it. TVC chopping sandal, baby. From where there's no goat that wind chill. Yep. No one cares that all these people recording are either. It's pointless for them and everyone else. Gosh damn Zoomers. Liquidity at 44225. The biggest annoyance at a show or con seeing people hold their phones in front of their faces. Plenty of professional photographers and videographers doing that job. Dude, it's bizarre. Like, dude, you used to be able to go to shows, man, and it like part of going to the show is like meeting people and people that like what you like, and then the feel of the show. I went to a show recently. I couldn't fucking believe. It was like they piled them in, packed them in, asses to elbows, charged stupid fucking money. There's still some places Detroit's known as like a hub of music. I'll fucking tell you what, dude.
White House press secretary saying that the White House may still appeal the court ruling on the mask mandates.
If you live in between two places, like in between like Denver and LA, and you catch bands on the middle of that,
Noting CDC continues to recommend that masks be worn on airplanes.
In the middle of that tour, it's a way better experience. People are it's I don't know. Things have changed. Tina, think of some shows, bills they bought, if not maybe a little bit. If I have free speech on Twitter, why would my tweets get banned and me put in Twitter corner for 12 hours? Yeah, I've been put in Twitter corner. I've been banned. You agree to terms of service, but it's not a public square. It's not a public square. It's not. I know you think it is, but it's not. Anyone play Netflix? Nope. Fuck no, I'm not playing Netflix. Becoming less intelligent, facing more advanced propaganda. I know people are becoming less intelligent, and I think they're also facing advanced propaganda. For squeeze, do you guys buy I-bonds? Fuck yeah, I-bonds, baby. There's a lot of support, maybe not too good to short. You can buy up to 10K per person. That's right. Yields 9 fucking %. 13 Bravo. That was my MOS. They don't yield 9% yet. Speculation, they will re-rated in May 7th, 7.2 currently. You guys talked about them in Discord yesterday. Yeah, that's a banging investment, by the way. Good pop. Yes, I bought some. Quantum Leap, I missed what you would say. We're saying, how much are we going on TLT? Seems like it's time to get some leaps and forget it. Yeah, I think it is. I think 118 down to 105. You just buy them and fucking forget them. Just buy the underlying. The thing to do would be to fucking just buy the underlying and then just sell some fucking puts. Sell like puts 65 and under, or 75 and under, 65 and under, and just ride the fucking gravy train on TLT. It doesn't even matter. That's what I think. I think about TLT is just buy it. You just accumulate TLT. I didn't know Volwiz disappeared from Twitter. That sucks. He's got a whole crew of guys, too. I'll have to look up, see what all those guys are doing. Like, he's got a fucking banger gang of traders that he trades with. Options positioning suggests rip into close. No, I think that I don't know if we rip into close. If the vol triggers down, I mean, if we get a dip down here, if we can get a dip down here, I would see some kind of I would say that yes, you'll see. If you get any kind of a dip down here, you'll see it get bought. That's what I think. Any kind of dip down here, you'll see this get bought. The question then becomes, does it dip down this far? Probably not. It's probably going to consolidate because I think everyone knows. So they're going to just keep buying it until it goes up into the bell. I'll probably miss this trade. The thing to do is to buy this between now and let's call it 2:30. Well, I don't know if it's 2:30, but let's say between now and 2:30. Between now and 2:30, you buy this dip I'll buy this dip. But the key for me is I'm cheap as fuck, so I only want to buy this dip. I don't. Damn it. I don't want to buy this dip because if it goes down, I'm gonna have to add to it. So of course I'm gonna be cheap as fuck and wait for it to come down here so I can get that second stab at it somewhere down in here. And I'm assuming that's what all the other call buyers are thinking right now, is wait for a better price. Now, can it go here without and miss the train? Sure. Can I miss the train? Sure. But I'm sitting on some puts over here, and they're not going to want these to print, right? They're not going to want these to print. Like with the combination of this, I'll get a print out of this if we get down here. So I'm just going to wait here and see what happens. Now, if we see a bunch of SPY calls come rolling through, we'll trade this higher. Dude, this is the middle of the day. This is like the boring part of the day. So there's not much to go on here. So he did it, Quantum Leap, you're saying that he did it a few days ago, didn't see any precursors or anything? Yeah, of course they checked out. Of course, Winky, they checked out after lunch. Of course they checked out. I didn't want to come back from my lunch. My assumption is that this is what we're, what did I say back here? I think it was at 11, what time? I think this is 11:45, but right around 11:30 I said, I have no fucking interest in buying this, right? Into this 12 o'clock hour, I was like, I have no fucking interest in here. None. This is where you get murdered. They straight fucking murder you in here. This is like the no-go zone. Don't fuck around with it. Yeah, he did it a few days ago, Quantum. I don't know why he disappeared from Twitter. Or why he's out of Twitter right now. I think everybody needs to take a break every once in a while. It's hot, dude. I don't know about you guys out there. It's weird when I was just like trading and then I'd just pop on Twitter and stuff. It was pretty easy. But like every now and again, you just need a fucking break. You're like, I need a fucking break from this today or tomorrow. I understand why people take a break. I get it. I get why people take a break. I get no ill will towards anyone that takes a break from Twitter or from social media or YouTube. I don't know how some people do it. They're like machines. I give all the respect in the world to some of these guys that are like people that are always on social media, non-fucking stop. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they trade and do it. I don't know that I believe that most of them trade. Like guys like me, Kevin, I'm like, maybe, but I don't know, man. Like, fucking, you gotta have he's probably got a whole team that you don't see. He has to. Like, there's just no fucking, maybe. I guess some people are built for it. I'm not built for it. I can't do it fucking constantly, fucking all fucking day, every day, week in, week out. All the fucking power to if you can. I can't. Hey, wife's boyfriend, how's it going? Tesla puts a green, eh? Yeah, I get it. Gotta weird. It's gotta be weird having a couple thousand people watching your thoughts over. It's not. Yeah, it's tiring. And you gotta have you have to have not just a certain mental fortitude, but you get weirded out sometimes, and then you can just get tired. Sometimes you don't want to know what the answer is that day. Sometimes you don't want to trade that day. Sometimes you're just like, man, I want to do something else that day. There's all kinds of different things. There's depression. People get depression. You know that, right? You guys are humans, right? You guys get depression. Sometimes you meet somebody or a friend you haven't seen in a long time. You just want to go have a good time. Sometimes you have personal things in your life, right? Your wife gets pissed at you. Your father's dying, or people have other parts of their lives. We've got a little bit of a rollover taking place right now on the SPY. A little bit of a rollover going on right now on the SPY. All kinds of shit. Like, you guys know this, right? I know all of you guys. You guys have jobs, or you guys have wives, husbands, girlfriends, boyfriends, 2 boyfriends, fucking 2 girlfriends. You guys have kids. You guys have parents. You guys have jobs. Oh, dude, I got hit with a fucking tax bill this year.
The China Ministry of Foreign Affairs official saying that China will keep strengthening its strategic coordination with Russia.
Someone gets rocked in their tax bill. They don't want to fucking deal with the market today. I don't blame them. I don't blame him. If Volatility Wiz comes back in fucking 2 months, I'll just like praise him for being back. Like, thank you for coming back. I got nothing good but good to say about that guy. I think Jenny Marcus took a break for a minute recently off Twitter. I hope it helped. He said he was happy too. I don't blame him. Like, take a break from Twitter. Just get off. Get off YouTube. Do something different. Oh yeah. A little bit of a roll going on here. Got a little bit of rolling going on here. A little bit of dippage. See what's down there. Okay, so what you're looking for down here is there's a little bit of buyers right where we are. 442.57. There is buyers down below at 441.70. Stronger support at 441.70. And then big buyers at 440. So let's look at these three places. See if we can find them again in there. So 442.50. Yeah, what do we got here? 442.60. 441.72. 442.60. One. Where we are. $441.71. Right in here. 2. And then 440. Someone down in here. That's where you go. 1, 2, and 3 for a dip buy. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? Do we get down here? 1, 2, and 3. We'll see if this can hold here or if it comes down. Watching some puts come in on the SPY and QQQs. First round of dip buyers, not a lot of money. April 20th, 444C for $99,000. So we got first dip buy here, second
additional
dip buy
Russian
here,
sanctions
third dip
this
buy
week.
here. U.S. Press Secretary Paskey, U.S. and allies agreed today to continue cooperation on Ukraine. Justice Department might still appeal court ruling on mask mandates. Could be additional Russian sanctions this week. Nice little bounce down here. China Ministry of Foreign Affairs official Li Yucheng tells Russian ambassador that China will keep strengthening its coordination with Russia. You know, this is interesting. This is what I was talking about earlier, right? Chinese Minister of Affairs saying that they're telling the Russians ambassador that China will keep strengthening its coordination with Russia. I was talking to you guys about that earlier this morning about shortages, right? Are they manufactured or not? Does it help to weaken? It's almost like a trade embargo against the U.S. See if we get any rejection here. What are you guys saying? Just scroll back up. Let's end the day with red, please. For sure. Pretty sure I got a hernia and I don't want to do anything. Taxman took my gains. Yeah. Yep. I haven't. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I have different. I've got trusts. I do a lot of real estate, so I've got I run different money under different people and trusts and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm back from lunch. Or they're back from lunch, right? We just broken 440 NES for the first time today. Good point. Why there are such large bear camps like there are bulls? Are bears just wanting much lower entry to get back in long, or are they always bearish? Did you guys see the absolute style that occurred and after Ater since you looked at it? No, I haven't. Did it go down below 6? Did Ater go below 6? That's right where it should be. $6, right? There's support at $6. But yeah, that was a fucking slaughter, wasn't there? It's at 610. Let's see if Ader is still holding that support at $6. We'll let that load up. Some buyers stepping in right now on the SPY. Ader's still rolling over to 6. It's at 610. We'll see if it can break through. Why there are such large bear camps than there are bulls? I think that I think on the one side of things, I think there's like there's different camps. There's like traders, investors, bears, bulls. I think that some people just feel naturally feel. Looks like that's $6 support. Let's look at that. We saw this earlier today. A little bit of capitulation here at that $6. Let's see where support is below $6. You can get a free fall from here down to $5. Let's look at it over. Let's load up some time. Let's load like 6 hours on. Let's load 6 hours in. Yep, there's fucking Tesla just fucking dicking around at 10:30. We'll load up 6 hours on Ader. This is some buyers stepping in currently on the SPY. You can see this big red bar down here. Some dip buyers. I don't know about bear. I think some people are just. I think right off the bat, some people like to short or long. Naturally, they feel more comfortable on one side or the other of the trade. I just watched a program on YouTube. I will post it for you on Twitter tonight. Someone, I forget who recommended it to me, but I just watched a trader psychology interview. It didn't have a lot of views either. It had like 500 views. I'll send it to you guys. The psychology of traders and investors, what they feel comfortable, the long or the short side. I think it's more. I think a lot of it too is like bears and bulls. More of like it lends just color and to the market. It lends. Sometimes I'll make fun of bulls and I'll make fun of bears, but I don't really have. I think overall I'm a bull. If I had to guess, like I'm probably a bull. Generally speaking, but I'll fuck around with bulls and bears. I think it's more just like a soap opera. Trying to piss the day away, I think some people are trying to sell, sell a story as well. Let's look at Ader. Ader just ate a bag of dicks. Not a lot of support there on Ader. That $6 support that I was showing earlier is breaking. If there was a place to buy the dip, this is probably it. If you don't buy this dip, you can see it right there, right? $6. We mentioned this earlier. This would be the place to buy the dip. Because if you don't buy the dip here, right, it's a fucking free fall. You can kind of see it better right there. Lots of buyers down here at 5 now, but they were up here. They pulled the rug at 6. They were here, and they've kind of pulled the rug. And it's bouncing right at $6, so we'll see if this holds. The place to buy a dip here is probably down here at this $5 mark. 1, 2, 3. This is beautiful right here. No one expected that. So if you wanted to buy a dip, you'd be looking down here somewhere on 8er. Yeah, I'll post something on this. Family office. Who said family office? Winky. Home office. Gee, like all those old fucks that used to be CEOs of big companies. I know shit. Family. It's family office. Bears have often more contrarian mindset. Yep. There are all kinds of traders. I'm a contrarian trader oftentimes. I'm known as a contrarian trader. Sometimes I get bulls will tell me I'm not a bull, but I am. But I take contrarian trades often. Yes. Look at the chart. SPX over 10 years. I prefer to be a bear because I always get shit on going long early when trading. Top tick buys are my specialty. Yeah.
RAC official saying that RAC remains committed to the OPEC Plus oil increases.
Still be a winner isn't easy. See what the SPY's doing. SPY's trying to pull its pants up and save itself here. Big swoop down. Yeah, bulls are all in here. 44170 still an area of interest here. And as well as, what was the other one? Yeah, down here, 44. This is where the real money is. If you're a bull and you want to know where the real money is, 440 flat. And how does that translate over here? We kind of put it out here earlier, right? We got 1 dip buy, 2 dip buy, and 3 dip buy down here at 440. The anticipation would be, if we don't get more call buyers, that you'll start to roll down until you find that support for a trade higher. Now, that doesn't mean that we actually trade down to 440 and then trade higher either. We can just trade higher here. There's nothing saying. This happens often, right? You're waiting for this dip buy down here and you miss it. I'd prefer to miss this trade. I'd prefer, me personally, I'd prefer to miss this trade higher than if I did this 10 times, right? I'm probably going to lose 3 out of 10 times, if not higher, maybe 3 to 5 out of, I'll lose 3 out of 5 of these trades. Actually lose. Believe it or not, 3 to 5. Now, if I wait for this trade down below to take it higher, if the rug doesn't get pulled down here, I'll probably win not every, but like 7 to 9 minimum, and make a lot of money on this trade. More, does that make sense? You guys I'm not making sense. So the easier trade is waiting for a move lower. But this one here, dude, like this is a dangerous trade. Like it or not, if you take this trade right now that we're going higher, right where we are, it's a fucking pure gamble. That's what it is. If you wait to find where the real money is, where the real banks are willing to buy it, this is where it's at, right down there. Now, when it gets down here, if there's a rug pull, it'll keep going down. But if you start to see the buyers lining up in here, we'll take that trade, or I'll take that trade. But I'm not risking this trade. I know how this goes right here because I've done it before, right? You buy this trade, fucking 10 minutes later, it's right down here. And what I did was I just bought someone's fucking bag from over here. Someone just sold me their bags. I have no interest in buying your bags. None. Zero. Oh, I don't know what does this thing do? Whoa. Oh, shit. It's a paint can. I had no idea what that did. Okay. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll wait for this to sell off. I will. I'll wait for this to sell off. And I'm going to be looking for support. My call right now is I'm looking for support at... I don't know if we get to... my call is we trade down at least to 44170. At least here. If this firms up, I'll buy it. If it doesn't, though, 440 is the word, bro. 440 is the word. Brian Watt has a new video talking about the new single stock leveraged long and short ETFs coming soon to a brokerage near you. Ooh, I'll have to watch it. Yeah, way out of the money put ratios haven't hit since COVID crash. I think that we still I still think we see 4,000. I think we do. I think if we don't see 4,000 now, we'll see it by summertime at some point. We just can't have everybody fucking long when it happens, or short when it happens. We have to have people long in the market for us to go down there. We got to make you a believer that we're not going down. Yeah, I'll have to watch the his video. I haven't watched anything. Nothing. I knew that he came back. Somebody told me they came back onto YouTube or Twitter. And I haven't had a chance to check back in and watch any of his videos. So you know what I'll do is I'll do that tonight. I'll crack a fucking fat whiskey and I'll watch one of his videos. 'Cause I love that fucking guy. The guy's a badass. Just wearing out all these fucking calls. You guys all buying calls in here? Is that what you guys are all doing? Are you guys all buying fucking all these bags for people? You guys buying everybody's bags? See if we can see this better. Here's that VWAP. That's at 441.92. Oh, right here. Some buyers down here. 441.70. Same place, just below VWAP. These buyers here, not as many down here as there were earlier at 440. Maybe we don't get that low. Some buyers stepping up. 44174. I'm interested in that one now. Looks like some of the buyers are stepping up. Yeah, I'll have to check out what Brian Watt's video. I like that guy. Guy's a fucking master. Oh, did he go on? Did he go on any rants saying that the market's not going to sell off during earnings season? It's been almost 2 months and people are still calling for another low. Yeah, I don't think we can get it. I think you're like when you're talking about I don't think we see 400 until after fucking all that bullshit with the early May FOMC and OPEX. Did he say that though? Oh, buying people's bags? Turnaround Tuesday. So you're talking about Turnaround Tuesdays? Brian Watts is both trader and educator. Badass. Seek him out on Twitter and YouTube. I think he goes by I think his Twitter handle is the real Brian Watt. And I think his YouTube channel, I'll post a link on Twitter to his YouTube channel. I got a lot of respect for the guy. And I've defended him publicly on Twitter. People were ripping on him. Matter of fact, there were a lot of people ripping on Brian that I was a little pissed off for ripping on him. Nice little squeeze here. It's interesting. We're squeezing right now, and 446s for the 20th are not going up that much. Not for the squeeze that we're going through right now. I just went up like 3 cents on some 446s. Bottom at 91 cents. They're only worth 94 cents. No love from the dealers. They don't want to fucking pay. For that squeeze right there, they're not printing for me. Market makers don't want to hear it. I'm up to 95 cents on those calls right now. About them at 91. And they're going back down again. They're break even again. These fucking market makers are scumbags. These fucking dealers. A nice little squeeze right there. They ain't paying. Shut now up to 98 cents. All right, sweet. Up to 99 cents. These fucking dealers, man, they're fucking scumbags. For that little rip right there, I made 10 cents. Oh, now up to $1 now. Keep it coming. Keep printing. Keep going up. I'm almost 10% on those, but it's not enough. I have to cut these loose. For that little rip right there, I made 10 fucking cents. This little rip right here, 10 cents. That's fucking bullshit. That is utter fucking bullshit. 10 fucking cents. I'm outraged. That was not worth the time and energy. Let's see right here if there's another buy in here, maybe. See if there's another buying opportunity in here. See if I can get another bounce right here. It's coming into the 2 o'clock hour. It's more of a yawn fest right now. Even that little rip right there is only worth 10 cents, which is complete fucking bullshit. It was almost down to 442.79. Yeah. So it went up a fucking 10 points and it didn't pay dick. It's it's un-American, damn it. Means not as many people are buying calls right now. Yeah. What? I don't think we go. Hold on. Let me show you about. Let me Chase asking why I think we go down. I'll talk about it right now. So one good thing is we're above the 50 now, which is bullish. So we are bullish in the market in terms of we were able to break above the 50-day moving average. Now, with that being said, right, that we're bullish being above the 50-day moving average today, or today's action puts us above the 50-day moving average. I don't know that it's bullish in this greater context. Like, it doesn't look bullish in the greater context. What it looks like is the same, right? So the key would be this. And as a matter of fact, this is a good time to bring up Brian Watt, right? And his point is that you have to wait for earnings to, let me make this like a four banger here, and we'll put this one. Let's just say we put this one right here, okay, and we'll throw this away. We'll bring that back in a minute. But the key would be this: is that, and Brian Watts said, we sold off eventually in last earnings season. What happened was this: last earnings season, we held the market, so we held in here. Right, and then when the major players were done, we actually sold off. And right here, if you see this moment right here, right? This was the peak market, right? We traded up into the market, and now we're rotating, right? We should rotate in here and then eventually sell off, right? So the question becomes, why do we think we're going to hit 430? Because I think it's normal and natural during this earnings season for us to go up and down, right? And then Winky and I talk sometimes about will we actually hit like below 430? And you need an event more so than a hawkish Fed speaker to get us below there, or it'll happen after those events, after the risk is done with OPEX and with FOMC. Then you would actually see the move down. You tag it, and then you actually make that rip higher. This actually isn't bullish or bearish. The reason you say sell every rip is because we should be in this defined trading zone. So for earnings season for major players, major components of the S&P 500, you're going to trade in this kind of a zone here. So when you trade up here, you take a short position. When you trade down here, you buy a long position. And even here, this is 435, right? So if your trading area is here, if this is, let's just say this is your trading area, 448, let's call it Let's go higher. Let's go to 460 or 450. Let's say that's our trading zone. And let's say our lower range is 435, right? We all know that when we trade in these zones, that you're going to have quick tests, right? That's what Gemma said, right? Expect a quick test at some point down below. You'll get the test down to 430, then we'll come higher. You know we can trade above here briefly, and then we'll come over. And I attest to what Brian Watts has to say about the market during earnings season. That typically you will see us trade in a range, right? And then typically you'll see us give it up over time. And price doesn't matter when you give it up. It doesn't matter, dude. Fucking price doesn't matter. What does matter is the market breadth does fucking matter. Every fucking time it matters. Wait a minute here. Hold on a second here. What the fuck is this? Oh, I'm on the pencil right now. Yeah, it does fucking matter. And even though we're catching a bid today, right? This is not consolidation. This is sideways movement, right? We buy and sell and buy and sell, and this takes time, right? These markets take time to roll over, right? You can see how it takes time to roll over here. You can also see this earnings season, right? Took time, and then eventually you get the rollover. You can see just this time right here, it is when. This is 22nd December all the way until January 18th. So this can take some time for us as an area to trade into. So when you get a quick retest down below at 430, it's not out. So if you're trading in this zone, you should expect to buy dips down below there and sell rips above this 450 at some point, or 445. We know there's some resistance at 445. We know the top should be somewhere around 450. And we'll trade in here over the next week or two. But to say, if you guys just look back at any other time, right? When you come up here, you end up selling it. Does that make sense? When you come up here, you sell it. When you come up here, you sell it. When you come up here, you fucking sell it. Now, it can take time for it to sell down. You can see even in here when we sell down, price didn't matter. We didn't actually trade. We traded sideways the entire time. So even in this rotation, it's not going to matter if we sell down to 430 or if we fucking just sell down to 435. Doesn't matter if we sell down to 420 or 400. You're just looking for the breadth to go away in the SPY, in which it will at some point. So this is all. This is all I'm tracking for breadth to come down to a buyable area, which what should keep up the market is, to an extent, right, should prop the market up, is the ability for companies like Tesla to report, and for companies like Apple to report, and Amazon to report, any of these heavy hitters for the market. They're not going to sell the market off. They're not going to, if they were going to sell Apple off or Tesla off, they would have done it over the past month and a half. They're going to give them for where they are right now. There's an implied move on their earnings that analysts put out, and they, matter of fact, we'll bring up Apple as an example, or Tesla. We'll bring up Tesla. So what you'll notice on Tesla is every earnings season you'll see this, right? Every earnings season, as we get closer, you'll start to see Tesla get positioned where the market makers are going to bet that there's a move this way or down this way by a certain percentage. And so you'll start to see the positioning of a ticker that's going to have their ER. And that's what Brian Watts' statement is, right? The market makers, first the analysts go out there and they analyze. They get it wrong, of course. They always get it fucking wrong. But the market makers will try to move, believe it or not. The banks, everybody, all these real money will try to keep stabilized to an extent where they think the move is going to be afterwards, depending on what the report is. Sometimes we get surprise reports, we go through the fucking moon. Sometimes we get surprise reports, we go to the fucking depths of hell. But they try to position a company, and that's what Brian Watts' thought process is that these heavy hitters in the indexes, they're going to get a chance to report. They're not going to. They will sell over time, getting to their earnings report either down to bring them where they think it should be, and they'll bring it up to where they think it should be, depending on the ticker, right? because they don't want a fucking surprise. They don't want to show up and have them come out and say something. Now, with that being said, here's an example. T. Now, I think T has more time to go down, but there are a shit ton of people saying, look, T just dropped down here. So there's a bunch of people buying calls on T because is this where their implied move was going to be for their ER report? If their ER report ends up being outstanding, I think their earnings report is this week, you could see a fucking rocket ship on T, right? So this is unusual heading into an earnings report to see a move like this. Not normal. Let me see if I can bring this up for like a year. Yeah, so that's not normal in here for T to be positioned like this heading into their earnings report. So when you see moves like that, regardless of what the news is, there's an anticipation, right? Do they sell this down? Does it just go sideways after their ER report? Tesla over this time period. So you traded higher, we traded down, and we're kind of right in the middle right now for Tesla. And they're waiting for a move higher or a move lower on some kind of surprise or a disappointment heading into their ER report. So the implication would be that we're going to be range bound in here. You should be buying dips and selling rips. And so do I think we can trade higher here? I don't know. Can we trade higher into the bell? Possibly. If anything, I bet this gets pinned. Waiting on ER report. I bet you they're waiting on fucking Netflix to report tomorrow. And if Netflix is kick ass, you'll see us trade higher. We'll blast off to 446, 448, 450. And if it's not fucking awesome, I can tell you this. If fucking Netflix's fucking ER sucks, they'll drop SPY back down to for a test of 430 or 440. Right, and then they'll build it up for Tesla's, and then they'll drop it back down if Tesla's sucks. If you start to get some bad fucking reports, though, like if you get a Tesla bad report, Netflix bad report, they will fucking start selling this market down, I guarantee you, in a minute. So as we come into this earnings season, the other thing that you'll see muted moves in the SPY. You'll see more sideways action typically until these reports come out. Like generally, you're not going to see like 100-point moves or 300-point moves down. You'll notice sometimes earnings seasons that there'll be quick moves sometimes right after the bell to 415. You'll see an impact that swings SPY up and down a little bit. But oftentimes you'll see like great earnings. You'll see great ERs are some companies, and you won't see SPY move a hell of a lot. It just won't. Or at least commonly you won't see it recently. You'll see more stable trading action in the SPY. So if you're long calls here, I guess the question becomes, do you take this long into the bell on some kind of news? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to you. I'm sitting on some puts here. I guess my puts, they're anticipating a bad move from Netflix to some extent, right? That would be the implication. Let's take a look at who's reporting today. Let's see who's actually reporting today. We've got after the I've got Netflix. These are big heavy hitters. You saw IBM's is today, right? And we also saw the Dow get a bid this morning, probably anticipating if we get a bad report from IBM, right? At least trying to stabilize it. Interactive Brokers, Martin, Hancock Whitney, Stride, Rexford Industrial, First Horizon, Pacific Western, United Community Bank. So a little bit more bank reports today. We got some bank reports tomorrow. There was I think it was $6 million was bought on XLF this morning. So they're expecting some good reports today and tomorrow morning. Then we've got Tesla on Wednesday, and we've got CSX. That's a big one. And then later on we've got AT&T, right? This is what I was talking about earlier. We got Snap on Thursday. Boston Beer Company underperformer over time, right? We've got Dow. These are all big heavy hitters in the Dow all week long. We got Verizon and Amex, some more XLF stuff heading into Friday. So these can impact markets, right? We know Netflix can impact the market. We know if Netflix has a bad report, and there'll probably be some panic heading into the close for when Netflix. So even if we rip up higher, you might see some of this kind of action with Netflix. And then if Netflix has a good report, they should go up. I'm not sure what's my take on Netflix. What I think they're going to do in their ER. Tough to say. I've stopped playing ERs. Like I used to play a lot of ERs, and I don't anymore. We can look Netflix up. Trading as low today as 332.45, right? Nice trade higher. Typically, you'll get people take, they panic, and they'll take. You'll see something like this. Is what you'll see. Not always, but oftentimes, you'll see some weakness into the close, and then some call buying right into the close. So people looking for a dip to buy. What's my take on Netflix? That trade is fucking over. That's my take on Netflix. Is 348 a fair price for Netflix? Kinda. I don't like that they're not producing as much content as they once were. I don't like that they have so much competition like they didn't have before. What do I think about Netflix? I think that even if Netflix has a good report, I think you're still going to see another take the money and run type thing. So let's say Netflix has a good report, you might see a rip to 377, and then I think it continues to sell down as some believe maybe not summer, but I think it continues to sell down over time. I think that trade's over. And when I'm looking back here on where the banks were, there's where they bought in way down here at 298, 289. So they still haven't completely sold out of their position. So if they have a bad report, I would tell you that easily they could sell down to. Oh, wait a minute. Easily they could sell down to 300. Call it a 50-point move down, easy on Netflix. So we'll look at Netflix real quick on Bookmap. We got SPY selling off slightly. Let's take a look at Netflix. Get rid of Tesla. We'll load up 6 hours of Netflix. Come back to Tesla real quick. Looks like we're getting some selling. So we got that one little price target here. So price target number 2. Price target number 3. We'll see if these remain the same down here. 441.70, I think, is the place. Let's see if they're still down there, if they pulled the rug. They're still down here, 441.70. Buyers have weakened down here at 440. Looks kind of rolly, doesn't it? Looks like distribution. It is interesting to see call buyers stepping in back here. Looks like a yawn fest to me. Looks like take the money and run into the close. We'll look at Netflix. More sellers than buyers on Netflix right now. Look at the whole day. Beautiful bounce up above. Just a second here. Figure column. Nope.
We're 15 minutes or so to the close of pitch trading in energy markets. 103 and change for WTI crude remains down about 4%.
Aggregate.
Natural gas futures down 7%, giving back a good portion of yesterday's gains, now $7.21 in front-month U.S. natural gas. And U.S. interest rates continue to climb across the curve, led by the 2-year now up to 257. That 210 spread has narrowed by about 5.5 basis points today, with the 30-year yield holding just below 3%.
Decent support here at 330, 320. 300, though. This is it right here. 300. Bad report, expect 300. You buy some 300 Ps. Good report. $380. You could just do a strangle or a straddle. Either one would work. The strangle, you'd get 380s and 300s. It's a pretty big spread, right? On Netflix. If you're going to do a straddle, do a farther out. If you're going to do a straddle, you do a farther out. You'd do it like a month out at 300. Or excuse me, in the money. You do in the money for a month out. But even then, I don't even like that. I don't like straddles on ERs. I like strangles. The thing that fucking sucks is the interest leaves, so you don't really get paid. I think my favorite trade on an ER report is a strangle that's a call spread and a put spread, like a month out, 380 and 300. Do a month out at 380C and a month out at 300P. And you cut one side loose, depending on what the report is. Then you have to deal with the fucking interest leaving. Maybe make a call for Netflix. 380 or 300.
Axios reporting that the Biden administration is moving to address student loan failures.
We'll wait to see if these dip buyers step in down below here. Still waiting to see. Holy shit on Twitter. What the fuck was that? Look at that on Twitter. Just fucking wrapped down to $45. Look at that down there. Bam. Can I buy? I wanted to buy calls there. What's going on with Twitter? Does anybody know what happened with Twitter right there? I want to buy that fucking dip. What was the deal on that Twitter? That's fucking beautiful right there. Is there some Twitter news? I know, I'm not hearing nothing. Let me see what I'm reading here. Nothing. I'm not reading anything about Twitter in here. I'm gonna take a peek right now and see what the fuck is going on with Twitter. That was some fucking money right there. Well, sometimes that can be someone buying too. That could be someone That could be an entity. This happens in currency trading, all TWTR. Where they want to grab shares. Someone's trying to grab shares right now. Let me see here. See what they're saying. Next one, this is chance intraday recovery. It's time to keep shorting Twitter. The kids at school board. What's going on here? Let's see what they're doing. Talking about. Someone wrote, "Shit! I accidentally sold 1 million shares at market instead of 1,000. Sorry, my bad." I thought I fat fingers. Fucking hilarious. See what we're saying. See what people are saying. Yeah, you'll see this in. This is intended to. Oftentimes, you'll see dips like this. This is intended to take your shares away from you. If you've got some stops, cleans out stops. Makes me wonder who's over here doing the buy-in. Someone looks like someone's trying to accumulate some shares right now. This would be my guess. If I had to guess, someone was trying to accumulate shares at a decent price. This is probably, if I had to guess, this is probably someone trying to make a bid on Twitter for controlling interest. I don't think this is Elon dumping. I think this is a competing entity. I didn't see DWAC. The DWAC dump? Ooh, DWAC fucking rocket shipped. You know, this is an interesting thing, right? So, an hour ago I told you guys, if the wrong company fucking buys Twitter, you know, you'll see another company rise from that, right? Or you'd create another social media company. If you saw like a Disney type entity take over Twitter, it would be the death of Twitter. So maybe there's a bid in DWAC over that. Jesus, DWAC went from 46.75 to 50 and pinged out. Wild. Interesting. Meanwhile, we're not paying attention to the SPY. I'm over here fucking looking at Twitter. Let's see here. Is this a real dip buy in here? Yeah. Nope. I'm looking for this 44170. I ain't buying it. Fucking bull's getting fucking wrecked on the SPY right now. Just fucking... the fucking market makers have like a vacuum cleaner out just sucking up all that money from the options chain. Yeah, I took a look. I just saw the $2 million block of Twitter just sold. Chase wants paid like 3 times a day. Just give it time there, Chase, buddy. He'll come to you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's... I don't know. Like we were talking earlier in stream, You know, if some other company gets a hold of Twitter, right? If like I'm telling you, if like Google gets a hold of Twitter, that's the fucking death of Twitter. Promise you. It'll be like going to fucking Disneyland. Everybody better put a fucking smile on. You know what I mean? That's what happened to Reddit to an extent, right? In Reddit, they basically walked around and just started fucking banhammering. And they got the user base now is very much like if you were living in China. And that same thing would happen to Twitter as well to an extent. Put your fucking mouse hat on. Put your fucking smile on. Enjoy the ride. I don't know that Twitter can get out of it. I don't know that Twitter can. I don't know that Twitter will make it out alive out of this. I think the poison pill was the wrong move. I think the poison pill is going to come back to bite him in the ass. I think it's fucking for sale. As a company, at least. You know, I don't think it'll ever be what it was from this point forward. But it is interesting to see DWAC catch a bid there for the brief moment, right? SPY still trading down a little bit. Still a little bit weak. 442.63. We'll see if the buyers stick around down here at 441.70 if this gets picked up or not. If not, price target 440 down below here. Maybe into the bell. That was a beautiful. I wish I could have bought that dip at 45. I would have bought that fucking dip all day long at 45. Elon just tweeted. Let me look and find out what Elon just tweeted. That brings up something. So if you guys had, I've got TweetDeck on over here, right? If I had two people, I'm here. Social media platforms policies are good if the most extreme 10% on the left and right are equally unhappy. Fucking right. Does Elon listening in? Is Elon Musk listening into my fucking live stream or what? Is he fucking listening into my shit? I think he's listening into the fucking live stream. Elon, are you out there? If you're listening in, bro, say something in the chat. I think he is. You see what he just fucking said on Twitter? He just said a social media platform's policies are good if the most extreme 10% on the left and the right are equally unhappy. Fuck yeah. I like that. You're fucking right, bro. If you're listening into this fucking thing, if you're slipping inside my fucking streams, bro, I got you, brother. I got you. I got you, bro. I got you, brother. Who's Elon? I know Elon's out there listening into my fucking streams because that motherfucker just said what I just said. I just fucking said the same fucking thing about the extremes on the left and the right. Fuck yeah, Elon Musk. If you're listening to this, I love you, brother. Fucking A, man. Fucking love you, Elon. Fucking right, Elon. Motherfucker. Who is that? Are you out there, Elon? Fucking, you're probably listening in, you son of a bitch. I know how you roll, too. You're like that, fucking hiding out in a crowd and shit. I'm gonna post a picture of Elon with a mustache and fucking glasses hiding out. Fucking stud. I agree, Elon. Exactly, brother. It's exactly what I'm saying. The fucking 10% batshit fucking crazy on the left and the right.
I'm going through the close of pitch rating in energy markets for the day. WTI crude finishing
Fucking
down
A,
about
man.
5.25% or $5.60.
Fucking love you, Elon, if you're listening out there.
Last 90 minutes to go to the cash close. The Dow holding on the gains of 375 points. The S&P up 51.
Fucking A. I love you. I'm going to make a little post. I love you, Elon. Fucking love that man. That is some crazy ass shit. Yeah, is Chase Elon? Maybe Chase is Elon Musk hiding. Maybe Chase is listening in. Maybe Chase is Elon Musk. We just talked about this shit, like that exact fucking point we've been talking about today. You wanted to know my take on Twitter? There it fucking is. It's not easy. He's got a long ass road ahead of himself. If he buys it, it's not a fucking easy road, right? It's not an easy fucking road. A social media platform's policies are good if the most extreme 10% on left and right are equally unhappy. I agree. I like that. It's not an easy fucking thing to deal with. I agree. It's fucking not easy. It's not fucking easy. Damn, that's fucking dope. Okay, so what's going on with the fucking SPY over here? Not a whole hell of a lot, right? Just draining people on the SPY.
WTI crude futures settling 102 spot 56, down about 5.2%.
Yep. Yeah, that's a very fair fucking point. It's not just one side. That was my point earlier today, is that it's not just one side. There's batshit fucking crazy. When I listen to some fucking people on the left talk, and then when I listen to some people on the right talk, I'm like, what the fuck are these motherfuckers saying? I'm like, they're both being fucking fed by the same fucking psychopathic, but corporations and fucking and governments. Like, they're both being fed this shit pie. And it's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. Ooh. Apollo entering the bidding war confirms that 54 shares too low. Yeah, I saw Apollo entering the bidding war. That was this morning, right? Yeah, I don't think it mattered. I think that was part of that conversation from earlier. So I think, if I had to guess, so if you trade currency, it doesn't happen as often here, but this will trigger sells, right? So someone can accumulate shares. And then I think the Pandora's box is fucking open. I think that you're going to get interested parties. They're now going to bid this shit up. And now Elon, so even if you said, oh, Elon's out, he's not buying Twitter. Now it doesn't. Now the cat's out of the fucking bag. Now you're going to get 2, 3, 4 parties interested in a hostile takeover, and unless all those parties go away, I think you're going to start to see these moments, right? You'll see a dip by. I think he even had it written in here, right? Buy anything that dips below here. You guys, this was on here. This has been on here for a couple days now, right? What did I write? Buy anything below. Big fucking letters. Right? Why? Because there's still interested parties in here. So these assholes are long. And they just did it again. They just fucking did it again. So they're all, I don't know who these assholes are, but he knows, like Elon's one of them. He's not an asshole, but he's one of them. And you probably have Apollo, like someone just mentioned. And you probably have some other bidders, right? That want to get in on this action. Son of a, I wish I got this. Oh man, I should have put a limit buy order in. I would have executed. God damn it. God damn it. I should have just had a fucking limit. I just should have just had a fucking limit buy order there. Because you know it's going to happen. And it just fucking did. This is bullish if you want to know. This is not bearish. No, this is very bullish. This is fucking people looking for a better price. These are fun. This is when big banks dip buying each other. This is when the big boys start playing with each other. Dude, what a good tweet. I love it. 11 minutes ago. He hasn't tweeted all day long. Yeah, it was posted by Cobacel Letter, yeah. Yeah, that new Apollo, I thought, mentioned it this morning. I think that news on Apollo, though, came out at like 7 this morning or 4 a.m. or something. I agree with that. That's my one question too. I think someone mentioned it on. Twitter or somewhere. Someone said, "Why bother?" Someone said, "Why bother spending 50, 60 or not 50, 60 billion? Why not just? Or I don't know what the billions are, but why bother? Why bother buying Twitter for let's say $5 billion or fucking whatever the fuck price it is, when you could just build your own social media platform? I'm sure you'd get a flock of people that would come to your social media platform. Unless there's some smart engineers out there that are saying no. Unless there's some smarter people saying they're not going to leave Twitter. Maybe that's part of the plan, right? You let Twitter get bought by a Google, and then you go create a new platform like Twitter. 50,000 likes already on that tweet. He just pissed off both sides too. I love it. He just pissed off the far left and pissed off the far right in one tweet. I love it. I love the troll. I love it. I love that troll. I love the trolling. Oh, I fucking love it. I love the fucking trolling. It's not easy. If he has to be able to do that, and I don't know how you do that. I know it's going to be difficult. You have to piss off the fucking crazies. You can't let the fucking people that tell you the earth is flat have fucking reign over Twitter. And you can't have, I don't know what I'm going to say the other side, but, you can't have, you just can't have crazies. They can't run Twitter. I'm sorry. I apologize. Is DWAC dead? I don't know. Let me look. Is it on life support? I don't know. I think there's a play in DWAC. I think like so the talk that we had earlier, right? The things that you need to know is that the things that you need to know is that Twitter is going to there's a high chance that Twitter gets bought. The chances are going up more and more every day that Twitter gets bought. That enough companies will show interest at this point that it's going to get bought. So my view is that Twitter will go up. My view, although, also is that these companies are going to try to get the best price they possibly can. How do you do that, right? If I own 10 million shares already, and I do a quick 5 million dump, I can probably go back in and scoop up 30 million shares. So you're going to see these moments, just like we had today. We've already seen these days. We've already seen these days in the past, right? So I think the viewpoint you have to have right now, just currently, without any other known information, is you're going to have wild swings down and wild swings high until a deal is made. I think the poison pill to Elon all but guarantees that at this point someone's going to try to buy it. Now, let's say every deal falls through. That doesn't matter because these assholes are now accumulating this stunk. So they want to get paid. So even if the deal doesn't go through, they're still going to try to pump it up to get paid. And then they'll short it down. So some heavy hitters in here on Twitter right now. Now, with all that bullshit said, with all the other bullshit said on Twitter, right? The other thing that matters is who buys Twitter. It does matter who buys Twitter, and it also makes you think about like DWAC. Now, I'm not a supporter of DWAC at all, but if you're a market participant, you would have to guess that DWAC should catch a bid because it would be an alternative to like a Google buying Twitter. And you would also expect that if Elon loses the bid, that he's more than likely going to start or back a DWAC or even start his own social media company. So you would see a bid in DWAC as well. So you're going to look for a bid in Twitter for hostile takeover, and you're going to look for a bid in more than likely DWAC as well as an alternative, a more what'd you call it? Justified alternative to Twitter, just based on who buys Twitter. They will be an alternative for Twitter users. Now, what that also says is, or to me is, even if Elon loses the bid, I think he should start his own social media platform. I think he should. I think either way, the board is gone off Twitter. I think their jobs are done. I think the board's days are limited and numbered. I don't think for a minute that any of these companies that buy Twitter are going to let themselves be held hostage by some fucking Twitter board or their higher ups or anyone in their middle management. And there's another replacement engineers. There's replacement engineers for Twitter all over the place. They'll take that job in a heartbeat. Now, does that help or make Twitter a better place? Probably not. But don't worry, they're going to squeeze it for every last dollar they can. And just like Facebook, your dad and granddad and great-grandfather will stay on Twitter. As it gets shelved in history. Yeah, I don't know much about DWAC. I don't follow it at all. I know what it is, but I can see why it would catch a bid. If you start to like add all this stuff up and who's going to end up buying Twitter, it would make sense that DWAC would catch a bid. Become more. I don't know if it's more. There's a word for it, but I'm losing that word right now. So just kind of watching this shit show go on in SPY right now. I'm not really interested in this. I haven't taken a trade. I took some puts over here and over here. I haven't taken any calls. I took a call in here for 2 minutes for like 10 cents. It wasn't worth the time and the pay for this kind of risk, for this kind of move. I don't know what the print has been on this so far. This almost looks like it's gonna trade sideways into the bell, and wait for the Netflix. This is gonna wait for the Netflix.
All comments from the Fed's Evans saying backs Fed raising rates by 225 basis points over this year. Does not see any need for Fed hikes larger than 50 basis points, says Evans. 250 basis point hikes to help get there could make sense. Evans saying we'll be able to make a judgment on whether inflation pressures are easing until the end of this year.
Yeah, Elon's gonna, if he gets
this, comfortable with the rate hike path this year that includes 250 basis point hikes, and getting to that his neutral range at 2.25% to 2.5% by year end.
So Fed's Evan at Dove, non-voter supports raising rates 225 BPS over the course of this year. 250 basis point hikes to help get there could make sense. I don't have any need to get out of those puts. I'll hold those puts. Those are an extension of the long wins, so they're free trades for me. I just hold them until they go worthless. They paid for themselves, so I'll hold them until expiration on Friday. They protect any longs that I take at this point. So at this point, I'm just going to hold them into Wednesday and Friday, regardless of where we go. And if this market rolls at any point in the next 3 trading sessions, they should print for me if I'm long. Now that leaves the question of where do we go from here? And a lot of it is based upon these reports, right? If we trade higher or not, and normal and setups. Now we are this. Let's have a little conversation. We'll talk about where we are. We'll clean all this up here. Let's talk about where we are. So the volatility trigger. Now we can drop below the volatility trigger at any time. My shit gets so fucking dirty. I try to leave this stuff behind so that we have a record of it, but today this is getting kind of fucking messy. So this little green line right here, you can see this resistance, right? This is resistance. So this is the resistance we've had going back the past week. So let's just be aware of where we are, okay? Let's be conscious of where we are here, okay? So the last time we traded up here, we rejected, right? We did it again, and we were rejected. We did it again, right? And we are technically, for not knowing anything, we are rejecting. Now, this looks pretty bullish, right? This looks like a bull. This bear flag is now turning into a bull flag. So I'm not against us going up here. You can see the bull flag here, right? Can see it right in here. Now, so I've got a free trade, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave. See this nice, beautiful, this bear flag is now turning into a bull flag. It's had time to consolidate. So the question is, do we go up here or do we roll over here? So I'll leave these. What I'll do is I'll leave these puts on for Friday, right? I'll leave these puts on for Friday because if we roll this market over between here and Friday at any point, these are going to print, right? So sell the rips always, right? Now the one cool thing is that where we have a volatility trigger here, we are above it technically right now. Technically, when we trade above a volatility trigger, if this holds, this is the start of a bullish regime. Regardless if the market breadth is sold off, this is the beginnings here of a bullish regime. We have less risk of volatility once we trade higher than the vol trigger. I want you to be aware of that. So we should trade up over time. We should see smaller moves in the next coming days into Friday. The only thing that I would The only thing that I would comment on this, how do we trade below this, is if we have a bad earnings ER reports. If Netflix has a bad ER, you are going to see a return.
U.S. Treasury Department issuing their latest fact sheet on agricultural trade, saying Russia sanctions don't include agricultural exports.
So that a reopening trade with the masks is back on again. Just a heads up on this. We just had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 calls come in for almost a fucking $1 million. November 18th, 25C on AAL. So huge calls coming in on AAL right now. Just so you know, this is bullish up here, right? This above this vol trigger. We should see decreased volatility, and we should see sideways to upwards movement here. But this is still all based on having good ER reports. You have to have good ER reports to see the SPY trade higher. So with that said, leading into tomorrow, if Netflix doesn't have a bad ER report, you're going to expect us, this would be your volatility trigger being above this. You'll see less volatility, and you will see the markets move up and over and trade higher from here. You'll see support lie now at 440 down below here. You would actually see, if we don't sell off today, you'll see tomorrow support, you'll see support. What your resistance was here at 440, you'll now see that you'll see 440 become support, and you'll see 450 be the price target up here. You'll see it become 450, and you'll see R1 probably be 445 and R2 be 450. You'll see, if we continue to get good ER reports, you'll see us begin to trade up to this 450. Now, if Netflix has a bad ER, that does rub off on other tickers, right? You know that if you start to see tech show you bad reports, that you are going to, hold on here, S1. Did I move these around up here? Where's S2? Well, this is S1 down here at 435, and S2 is down here at 430. Now the key about this is that if you, let's see here. The key about this is all predicated upon, if this is bullish, this is all predicated upon having good ERs. If you have a bad ER, if you start to see some of these banks come in and they're like, we suck, we're not making any money. If you start to see Netflix have a bad ER report, you'll see us slip below this volatility trigger. Now, if we slip below this volatility trigger, volatility is back on again, right? You will see volatility pick back up and more aggressive selling to the downside. That's like when you guys see notice when you see if you see like AMD have a bad ER, you'll start to see other chip makers have a bad ER. So heading into the close today, it is 2:54 p.m. So heading into the close today, you will see a flip tomorrow, calling for positive gamma for being up here. But the only key is us being in earnings season. We can easily trade higher and lower than this volatility trigger. All you need is a bad report. We have calls coming in right now on Tesla as well. April 22nd, 1035C for $1.1 million. So I'm going to hold on to my puts here, right, that I paid for with calls today, in case we trade below this volatility trigger. And then I'm going to look to long above here from this point, because we're above the vol trigger at this point. We're above 442. you're going to look to be buying dips at 440 unless we get bad ER reports. So at this point, just hang tight, wait for the Netflix report, and that'll tell you if you can take this long or not. Oh no, I'm still on my puts. I'm on puts for 430s and no, I think that's all I've got. Let me take a look. Yeah, I've got 430s for I've got 430s for April 20th and April 22nd, and then I've got some calls as well. Netflix is trash. Think it pukes. Bank ER. No, bank ERs are not done. They're not done. Everybody does though. I cut my 437 people lesson learned on Bookmap. LOL. Will the vol trigger adjust higher tomorrow, given today's move? No. The vol trigger will stay below. Because we're above the vol trigger now. Well, the positive, negative. The vol trigger stays below. If we trade below it, we'll be triggering volatility again. Money center banks, not regionals. Yeah, not regionals. I'm just in 440p now. No chance they make any money. 450 seems like it could be a target, or 447. Puts getting wrecked. And puts only and got murdered. Gotcha big banks that matter are done. Gotcha big banks that are done. Yeah, so big banks that matter are done, but you guys know that if you have good ER reports, they don't always lift until after, right? So if you start to see bolstering by regional and smaller banks, there was some calls that came in on XLF this morning. Let me put those out there for you. So let me take a look at where those XLF calls are. XLF had one order today. I'm putting it up right now on Discord. So we had one order today, May 20th, 38.5C for $3.6 million. So you had the earlier banks reporting, right? And then you get more banks, smaller banks reporting, and there's a bid here at XLF going up. So we do have some more banks reporting. Sometimes you won't get the print the first expiry on XLF or on the banks themselves, but you'll get a print further down the road. So that's what I'm basing why I'm talking about the banks reporting today. So XLF. So someone thinks that XLF is going to continue to go up. That's why I'm noting that. NTNX for $10 million. Gee, fucking Christ. NTNX. A little bit of a bid in SPY currently. More SPY calls being bought. More Tesla calls being bought. NTNX. That was at 11 a.m., right? God damn, look at that rip. That was right here. Went from 27 to 27.63. A little bit of a rollover. Got to keep my eye on this one. This is a good ticker to trade too. I like this ticker. Kind of like buy the dip and sell the rip, right? Ah, shit. I just got rid of all my charts by logging in.
Argentina reporting the February capacity utilization at 64.3%.
I gotta log out.
Argentina. For 1 hour now, 1 hour to the U.S. cash equity close. The Dow near session highs up more than 400 points. The S&P mini is also near the highs of the afternoon, up close to 60 handles. The NASDAQ Composite up 260 points. The Russell 2000 higher by close to 2% on the day. Bond yields, particularly at the short end of the curve, finishing near the highs of the day. The 210 spread wider by nearly 6 basis points, compressing by nearly 6 basis points back to 34 basis points.
This is nice.
With a
I
move
like
up
this
in
ticker.
short rates, the 10-year yield holding above 2.9%.
SPY trading higher. Same place, looking for 445.20 and then 446. See if it can work its way up there into the bell. Nice little squeeze higher here on the SPY. See if I can actually hit that 445 or 446. What are you guys saying? Yeah, no, I'm not looking to play. So I'm not looking to play. I'm not looking to play. I'm not saying that the components of XLF are those small banks. I'm saying that if you get all of banks mooning, you'll see it rubs off on other tickers. It's like a sympathy trade. Is what I'm implying. Inputs only got murdered. P profile on MP. Next thing, it's just a short cover rally, but I can't be wrong. Carry. Yeah, I've been in the XFL calls for June 35 pre-big bank ER. Sold a lot of my MP when it was around 60, buy more at 35. Pay off my student loans, not to pay someone else's too. Yeah, already taxed to death. Yeah, that's kind of weird, Winky. You know, the thing that's bizarre to me on that whole thing is that I have a feeling that Democrats are going to get fucked in the elections, the Senate elections. Whether you agree or disagree with them, they promised all kinds of stupid shit, and all they ended up getting was like, "We're going to fix your roads for you." Like, I think a lot of Biden's voters wanted like help with school loans, wanted help with BLM stuff, and then even just reform. What else were they? There's a bunch of shit that their voters are asking for that they didn't get. It's like buyer's remorse or something. And then the craziest part is now they've got inflation, right? Now you've got inflation on and medical bills, right? Healthcare, didn't get any healthcare stuff. No help with healthcare, no help with college loans. Police reform. I'm not talking about getting rid of the police, just some kind of reform. They didn't get any of that. So I don't know. But they did get, I guess they are getting Build Back America, but Build Back America is not geared towards their voters. If we follow trend, it's down, but if we have balance, we could range for a while. I'd have moved wildly on really good smaller bank earnings, free health care, free child care, free student loan debt payment. Yeah, is that the stuff they're asking for, right? universal basic income. I'm not anti any of that stuff. I'm just looking at it from perspective of, well, there's two things I'm looking at. The two things that I'm concerned about are the impact on markets. So I think you get people that are run against claiming that they'll bring inflation down. The market's going to go to all-time highs, which they can do. I guess my concern is, what do they do with the markets at that election and the next election? if if a meteor hits Wyoming that's full of fucking platinum, then fine, we can pay for all that shit. Yeah, the healthcare system, in my view, the healthcare system's kind of fucked up. We have insurance, and it's bullshit. If I paid money for insurance and got what I paid for, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But this, that involves my auto insurance, my home insurance. I don't get paid. I can't make claims on anything. Yeah, objectively, Pete Preston's is what I'm talking about. The Dems look weak objectively. And that's the key, is that there are people who are, if you're a Republican, Democrat, doesn't matter. The key is your guy or gal doing what they promised you, right? So if you're a Republican, did your promises that you gave, did you at least attempt, at least made an attempt to get those things passed or drum up support for those things? The other weird thing too is that I don't see a lot of soapbox standing to win seats for the Democrats. It's all kind of bizarre. Kev, it seems everyone believes the market will roll over heading into FOMC. I think you get a rollover into FOMC. I just don't think that you get. I don't think that you get the 4,000 into FOMC. What I think is that you get most. So I think, so look at it from this morning when we talked, right? At the opening, right? I was trying my explanation to you is that they're not going to murder the fucking market. They're not just going to fucking shoot it in the head until all of these big tech, the companies that hold up the market right now report. But it does line up with FOMC and May OPEX. So I think you get the roll off in the market into those dates, but you don't see the bloodbath until after. I think Winky always likes to say a week after you'll see the bloodbath of everybody buying those puts. You got to wait for those to come off the market first. Now the point is that everyone's well hedged, right? Now I'm well hedged right now, so I've got hedging for myself into Friday, right? Wednesday and Friday I've got put hedging in case we trade lower. If Netflix has a shitty fucking ER, I'm covered. They're paid for. They're free. And at the same time, I'm buying calls as we head up here. As you should too, right? Or you should be selling puts on the market being overly hedged down at 4,000, and then you wait until they become cheap and you buy more puts. And up here, puts are cheap again, so puts are starting to get cheap. So you start to hedge yourself. But we will see new levels tomorrow. Now that vol trigger will stay lower now. We're above the vol trigger at this point. So that should imply less volatility. That doesn't mean that the VIX doesn't stay high just because of FOMC looming in the background. There'd have to be another event for aggressive selling at this point. SPY now making its way higher to 4411, trying to retest the highs at 4428. We'll see if it can hit that price target above of 445. Take this off here. 445 and we have 446 above here as well, where the sellers are up here. So you would probably see tomorrow, if I'm thinking here, what you're going to see is you're going to see a support level down here at 440 flat, right? This will be your support level. and 450 above. Let me get rid of some of this. It's not really helping. You're going to see, 450 be top over here. And you're going to see this be our trading zone for the rest of the big reports that we have coming out. Now, that doesn't mean you don't hedge yourself for bad reports in case we trade lower, right? Or buy calls if we go higher. If we come up here, though, you're going to be selling this market down as well. So this is what I would expect spot gamma to come out with, something like this. And we're above the vol trigger right now, so anytime we trade below this 442, I believe, you will be back to a regime of violent moves down below here. But this trading here could go nice and slow as well. I'm not going to. I did this big violent move up here, but you're not going to see that. You'll see actually less volatility where we are. That's the sideways and up trade over time. Then we trade down into OPEX and FOMC. Now, with all that said, we are in earnings season, so all you fucking need is one bad report. Trust me, if fucking Netflix sells down violently in the close today, you're gonna see a move down in the SPY as well, in kind. If Teslas sell the news, you're gonna see continued selling in the SPY and in the Qs. If Apple gives a bad report, you get what I'm saying? If Amazon gives a bad report, then you'll end up seeing continued selling. And if all these companies give good reports, you'll see profit taking at some point down the road, lining up with FOMC and OPEX. Now trading to 444.50, new high on the day. We know that sellers are above currently at 450 and 445, and 446. We'll take a look and see if these sellers are still above here. And you can see them right here at 445 and 446. Now let's look above and see where the next level is. And you can see it up here at 450. Now there's a block of sellers hiding in here. You see this down below right above this 446, 447-ish. See that right there? Let me see if I can bring it back up. Right there. You can see this wave of sellers. Sellers are becoming weaker as we trade higher. So 450 would be the next target. Then you've got 453, light resistance at 455 and 457, and then the big boys up here, sellers at 460. We'll see if we can tag this up here. See if we can tag this 445. Now trading at 4487 and 446. If we can get up to 446 up here. I'll show both of these spots above here. I'm going to sell some calls here. Hold on. Right there. Now trading to 444.93. See if we can make it all out to 446. All you're going to hear on CNBC and Twitter tonight is you
45
can
minutes
hear
now to the U.S.
tremendous
cash
rips in the
equity
bear
close, a
market.
Dow more than 500 points. We're seeing an acceleration here to the upside.
Nice tag
Crude futures
above
remain
here.
near the lows of the day, down more than $5. Bond yields remain higher, led by the short end of the U.S. curve, the 10-year at 2.915%.
There's that 446 tag above. Dude, I bought those calls at like 90 fucking cents. They're still only at $1.30. They're not that good. It's not that good of a rip. It better fucking squeeze to 446. Now trading at 445.15. See if we can get that 446 out of this. 445.17. Watching calls come in on SPX. Calls coming in on SPY and Apple. Give me that fuck. Give me 446. Now we're at 445.24. I'm not getting shit. I'm up like 25. Dude, I'm up fucking. I'm up 4. No, 9. I'm at, now I'm down. I'm down until 30 now. I was to $1.37 at one point. And I was at 90 fucking cents. I was up like 40% at one point on those calls. I'm not getting rips out of this right now. I need it to fucking trade to 446, to be honest with you. One last little leg up here. All right, I'm fucking out. Fuck that noise. A lot of risk for a little bit of pay. Figure for all of this fucking consolidation, 446 is just printed, only printed 40%. Actually, I didn't even catch that. I don't think I caught that much off there. I think I caught 30 or 40%, but it was like 40 cents or something. So wasn't that good for this move here, for all that consolidation bullshit. Do you think? Let me know in the chat if you think that we can go higher to 446 because I'll re-enter. I don't know if we can. Let's have a look and see if this holds. This looks like it's bouncing off. I've got some lined up if we catch a bounce here. Yeah, this wasn't even worth. I want to see if we can get that last tag right up in here. Man, Tesla just fucking around all day long at 10:30, huh? Like nothing. Just brutal. Tesla just capturing. Maybe we can get 1050 tomorrow on Tesla. Somewhere right up in here where this mark is right here. Tesla wants to be gapping. Squeeze it up into the close. Go to 446. Go to your fucking hole and get up there. Go to 446. Calls coming in on Misfit, Apple, and the Qs. Misfit 819 320C, $326,000. Apple 422 170C, $43,000. And then Qs, April 22nd 350C, $237,000. Some sellers stepping in right now on the SPY, this big red bubble here. Please like and subscribe these videos. If you're new here, please like and subscribe. Follow us on Twitter. Just Google search me, CaptainJimJames. We also have another handle, Captain's Alpha with levels. We post in the morning. I haven't been posting a lot on Captain's Alpha of late. I've been very, very busy. If you are learning, adding tools to your toolbox, please consider supporting by donating. I talked to my one of my interns, my daughters, about putting up a donate button for crypto. I'm not really a fan of crypto, but I know some of y'all like crypto, so this will be the first crypto that I've bought since I used to buy drugs way back in the day. So I'm going to put a tip cup out at some point with crypto. I don't know if it's up yet or not, but I don't think it is, but I'll talk to my intern. She said she's going to create an account. I have a Coinbase account that's like 10, 12 years old, something like that. I got to tell her that. I forgot to tell her that. So we'll be putting a crypto button down there. If you enjoy this content, please consider, if you're poor or don't believe in supporting free subs and free channels, then please at least like and subscribe. Tell your friends about these broadcasts. I know we're garnering at least 1,000 views a day. sometimes even higher over the course of a day. So please tune in every day. Try to be here most days of the week. Can't always be here, but do try to be here to bring you guys content every day of the week when I can. Yeah, follow on Twitter, and then if you're not already in, we've got Captain's Trades. They're going to be running anywhere from 9 to 12 trades this year. It's at Captain's Trades, and then we've got at Captain's Alpha and Captain Jim James on Twitter. We have half an hour left in the rest of the day today, 35 minutes for the rest of the day today. SPY trying to make new highs on the day, trying to get up to 446. We'll see if they can blast off and touch it. Just touch it a little bit. And we'll see if we can actually get up here. Some sellers starting to step in now at this point in the day. The question would be, now we've got a half an hour left, what is the plan for tomorrow? We've got big tech and all these companies that hold up the indexes that are going to be reporting in the coming weeks. And the market's being held aloft. Everyone is well hedged down to the FOMC and OPEX for May. The question becomes, do we trade higher? Do we trade lower? And it's all because we're earnings season. It's going to depend upon what takes place in these earnings, right? We got to see what these companies. We got to see what these companies are going to be reporting. If you see Netflix report bad, you're going to see the market sell off. If you're going to also see it impact other tickers, depending on what they report. We know some of the guidance has been pretty good. We also know that some of their outlooks are kind of a mixed to neutral bag.
Atlanta Fed President Bostic beginning his interview on CNBC.
Oh, boy. Bostic is going to start talking Beartown on CNBC right now. And be aware that tomorrow we've got, or later tonight and tomorrow, we have Fed speakers speaking in the coming 2 days. So we could see some volatility from now into later and tomorrow afternoon, okay? So even though we're trading this high, don't get all weird. So if you're a bear, I don't understand why you're pissed off up here. This is the place for you to be buying puts, not to be buying put. You don't be buying puts down here. So if you're buying puts up here for the market to roll over a little bit, if the market were to trade sideways for the next few days into the next 2 weeks, wouldn't surprise me. We've got, Bostic speaking on CNBC just said, I am in the same area as my Fed colleagues on inflation and rate hikes. He's just quoted on CNBC as saying that. Hilarious. I'm in the same area as my Fed colleagues on inflation and rate hikes. Still so much uncertainty out there. It looks like he's putting the pump on the market right now. So you're seeing the pump in the market currently today. We are in earnings season, right? And we're still trading sideways. If you look at a month, or not quite a month, but we're still in a range, right? We still, like, if you look back.
Snowden Fed's Bostic, a non-voter, a little bit more circumspect here, just saying that he is basically in the same area as many of his Fed colleagues on inflation and rate hikes, but due to the increased uncertainty out there, that he is uncomfortable declaring just how fast they expect to get to the neutral rate or whether or not they'll need to go beyond that.
That's hilarious.
A little bit of softer tone than we heard from Hawk Bullard yesterday.
And Bostic's a hawk too. I don't know if you know that, but Bostic's a fucking hawk as well. So we're getting some very, very dovish comments out of a hawk, a known hawk from the Fed. He is a non-voter, by the way. But it is hilarious to hear. It is hilarious to hear him being bullish right now on the market. Pimping into the close, right? We got, how many minutes we got left? It's 3:20. Still have a half an hour left. A little bit of consolidation right here. We'll see if we can trade higher. Now let's look at something. I think the high end is, if we're looking at this right here, right? We've got resistance at 446. I think this is a stretch getting up here to 446. If you're bullish, you want to be looking for a dip to buy at 400 or 4,000, of course, if that becomes the new layer of support. We've got some sellers stepping in above here. These weren't here before, so these are new sellers above here. If your price target is above at 450, the big sellers are actually at 460. And see if we can see this. These are new sellers coming on. These weren't here earlier. So we're starting to see some resistance now at 446 that we didn't see before. So if you're a bull and you want a new place, I'll tell you what to expect if you're a bull or a bear, I guess. If you're a bull, you're going to be looking to buy any dips at 4,000. So we'll bring this back up. And you're going to look for this, or I'd call it 442. You want to be buying any dips down here that happen. If you get a dip, you buy it, right? And if you're a bear, you want to be hoping for bad reports to come out, like someone was saying they expect Netflix to have a bad report, and we know that there are sellers up here right now that they want to get rid of their bags up here. So this is one of those areas, right, where you start to lean in on puts. They may be worthless to you right now. If you want to take a bullish connotation here, that we're going up. I have a bunch of puts right now, by the way, and I traded this right here for calls. But I'm not going to sell those puts in case the market rolls over. For all the bullishness out there, you should be looking at that 1 month chart still, right? We're still within this channel. There's nothing here, right? It doesn't say we can't roll over here. We've rolled over here many times in the past, so if you're a bear, just rest easy.
That's Fosdick saying that we definitely need to be cautious as we move forward. We need to get off zero rates, but still need to be cautious.
If you want to get super bullish, you want to be buying dips down here at 440 to go higher, and you also want to be careful until we break above.
Right, and the Fed wants to avoid pushing the economy into recession.
Congrats to the bulls. Good fucking job, bulls. Good job. Yeah, you see how close we are? Can you just imagine, hold on here. Can you just imagine being a bull right here? You're like right here and you get fucked. And then you're right here and you get fucked. You kind of got fucked early on this one. I think we went up here though in ES, but don't quote me on that one, but I think we did. And you didn't here. Well, I don't know if you did here or didn't. But this is the area here where you do get fucked if you're a bull. Now, I'm not saying we don't trade higher. I'm just letting you know that this is the area right where you are, right here. Bull's been fucked many times. Futures will run with the ball if market closes.
Bostic just asked about the potential for peaking inflation, saying that he's watching closely and there are some signs that inflation may have capped off, but acknowledges there could still be additional pressures down the road too.
Yeah, what I was telling you this morning, right? They're going to try to massage this market. Fucking these fucking guys. They have no fucking these fucking Fed chairs and Fed presidencies. These fucking guys are gonna massage this market for the next 3 quarters. If you guys go back and look at like 98, I think it's 97 or 98, 94. I've looked back on this, but let me see if I can. Let's bring up SPX. I was talking about this morning. I said I would bring up SPX if we had a low. See more advanced chart. Let's close this real quick. You guys want to see some cool stuff? So where's 1994, 99? I think 98 was another one. But 94 was one that I brought up in a week or two ago. And they talked about it.
Bostic saying as long as the market continues to function, we should keep reducing the balance sheet in the hopes that they can do the balance sheet reduction over the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, this is 1998 right here. We had the same action going on. 1994 was kind of neat. This is 1994, right? Market low, sell off, right? This is February, sold off in April, but we revisited these numbers again, right? We revisited again in June. Notice it wasn't, and this is what? This is June 16th, right? You go to highs, but we revisit that low again. Another nice high in September, sell it down again in October, sell it down again. Death and destruction in December, then this huge move up. And we had similar rate hikes during this time period. The point is in this time frame is that it's still a defined trading range. So what you're looking for is still market bottoms. So let's say you had bought back here in March 94, you'd still be shit out of luck in December of 1994. So that's the point behind that actively manage, right? You buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell, buy and sell. Now, this is manufactured. This is modern monetary theory being applied to our markets. And you can also see what the end result is after, right? Fucking blast off. Now, I don't know if we can or can't do this, or if you see the market do this, or if this, you never know if this is going to take place again. But we've had moments like this in past years, where this is the attempt that they're going to attempt. So you'll see like them get super duper bearish, and they'll get super fucking bullish, and they'll get super fucking bearish, super bullish, super bearish, and then boom, we're off and running. And what they're trying to do is buy time for inflation to come down, trying to buy time for shortages, trying to buy time for the war to be over, all that kind of stuff in here. And see how we fuck around with the 50 throughout this entire fucking thing? But anyways, that's my point behind when I was talking to you this morning about what do you see for the course of a year? How do you manage this as a bull? If you bought right here, you'd be down on the year, right? You didn't beat inflation over the course of a year, so you have to actively manage your portfolio. We've had other instances of this, like 2018, 2015, and then 98. Some other times we've had moments like this. So you great rips in here, but you have to. But this is actively managing, right? This isn't this over here. This isn't this. This is this. You have to actively manage your portfolio, and the swings are really big. So you don't want to get locked in fucking value, because value swings are going to be like, something like this. Meanwhile, you got fucked because you didn't buy tech. Make sense? For these giant rips and sell tech during this time period. Let me get rid of this. Now trading higher at 445.67. Looking for a tag of 446. I don't know if we get there. They usually try to sneak. They usually try to. You don't actually get the pin. Sometimes I get the pin, but not always. So there's the pin right there. There's 446. We'll see if we can catch that pin above here. Now we're at 445.67. Make it a little bit higher here and see if we can reach up and touch the stars. Yeah, it's funny too. Then you like listen to Bostic speaking right now, and this sounds like we're not doing QT, right? It's just going to be a threat of QT. Remember we were going to start QT in March, then May. Now they're talking about implementing it in June. And now, they're gonna keep talking about until 9 months or a year run out, while they raise interest rates and try to temper shortages, inflation. It's still just a bet. I mean, that's the other part of this, is that it's just a bet. Like, they're placing a bet that they can outrun inflation, shortages, and hopefully not trigger a recession. But the problem is that if they don't outrun it, if those things don't come down in the next 9 months or a year, if the war in Ukraine doesn't end, then they won't outrun it, and then you'll have a nasty market sell-off. A little bit of a quick rollover in the SPY. We got to 445.67, not quite 446. Just a quick rollover in the SPY. I'm not in calls any longer. I sold my calls. Too risky as we head up here. Yeah, rates at new highs and stonks are ripping. Is TLT back in the coffin already? Hold on here. Why the fuck is that going on? I always have that shit happen. I can't have... God fucking... Hold on here. Give me a second. All right, we're good. See what's going on here. See if 445 can hold. If not, look for a dip buy down at 440. You know, below, or I think it was 440. Was it 441? VWAP's at 442.69. Buyers down below at 443.50. 443.98. These buyers here propelled it up higher. You might get one more ripper into the bell. And then don't forget on Wednesday, you typically have, no matter what the market does on tomorrow, you'll typically have a cashback, a retest of this area here. You'll give all this money away tomorrow. You'll come back down and check 443.50. Either today in this market, in today's cash market, or you'll do it tomorrow's market. So let's look at tomorrow. So even if we were to gap up, you'd come back down, retest this area down here, 443, to trade higher. It'd be either be today or tomorrow. Yeah, you know, I mean, my take on Tesla is, you know, if you get to, I'd like to see Tesla trade to 1050, or excuse me, 11, not to 1100. I'd really like to see it, like at least 1050 up here. I'd like to see. If at any point it trades up to 1100 tomorrow, it's going to be fucking sell the news. So, I'd like to at least see it trade to 1050 by tomorrow close. I think it would have a shot of a good report blasting off to 1100. I think if there's any of this nonsense tomorrow into the close, that shit's going to be sell the news, guaranteed. But if we can do a nice trade, grind up to 1050, I think you have a shot of a good report making some money. Bad report, you know what happens. But I don't think you're sell the news quite right here. I think this is reasonable, or somewhere in this vicinity at 1,000. I think is reasonable, rational for a decent maybe hold. But if it starts getting stupid, sometimes we'll get, you know, like ER can get stupid, right? It fucking sells off into fucking sells off like crazy into ER. Or it. Wait a minute. It's been selling off. Like I like the idea that it's sold off into ER. Always like seeing this. I never like fucking this move to ER, and you trade this all up into ER, and you're like, okay, it's ER. What are you gonna do? We're going way up. Fuck no, you're not going way up. It's gonna sell off. So I kind of like this.
We're about 15 minutes to the cash close. We are hearing the market on closes to the sell side, somewhere around 500 million to the sell side, with about 15 minutes to go.
But this could happen. This could happen just because people want out. So I don't think this is off the table. Believe it or not, I don't think this is off the table for tomorrow. I've got this little thing in Bob going on over here. This kind of a thing. That seems more rational, right? Trade up to 1050, some panic selling into the bell, and then you have a decision on which direction we go after ER. That makes more sense to me. Kind of good closing this gap right now. It's better to close it now. It makes for an easier run tomorrow. If this sells off into the close, I'll probably buy some calls. But I want it to bleed into the bell. Got 13 minutes left until the bell. Watching puts come in on MPW. Puts come in on SPY. Puts coming in on RK. Couple $400,000 on RK. I don't know what Netflix can say to make it be a good ER. They haven't been spending a ton of money on producing content. They gave that shit up. They just buying they're trying to expand their market, their foreign audiences. I don't know if that's going to pay dividends for them currently. They did what? They're going to cut people off too. Maybe that should be good for their ER. They said they were going to cut people off from sharing. Like if I shared my Netflix password with my kid in college, they're going to say no to that. And then they are trying to expand to foreign markets. I don't know if that pans out this ER. Let's take a look at Netflix into the bell. Yeah, just kind of fucking around. We'll stick around. What time is ER numbers coming out for Netflix? Is it right at the bell? I'll stay with you guys for the first 15 minutes to see if Netflix has a decent ER. Sometimes you can make some money in here. Sometimes what you can do, I'll tell you guys. You guys will see me. I don't know if you guys have seen me trade this before in the past. So what you'll see sometimes with big tech, right, is you'll see weakness. So like we'll come into the bell, no matter where we close right here, you'll see some weakness, and then it'll fucking skyrocket. Sometimes you can buy 0 dates really dirt cheap in here, on the Qs or SPY. You wait for the weakness after the bell. You grab 0 dates, and then you sell them before 415. So sometimes you can grab some fucking burn, like you can make 100% in like 15 minutes right in here. It's very risky. But if you see weakness into the bell on Netflix, don't do it. Or of course, don't be buying Netflix here. But sometimes I'll stick around with you from 4 to 4:15 today. Because if we see some weakness into this bell, any weakness into this bell, we have Netflix. That there's some panic selling in Netflix, and it impacts the SPY. And you see you'll see like the first minute of the bell or two, you'll see panic selling. And then if you scoop it up down here, it'll come back up. And sometimes we'll get the ER numbers before other people. Sometimes Trade the News is pretty good with that, getting some of those ER numbers out quicker. So we'll see if that happens. Now trading 445.51. Same place up above here, 446. SPY calls April 29th, 444C, $1 million, baby. Hello, ladies. Made some calls once again. Now tagging 445.80. Reaching up to 446. Huge bid coming in on the SPY right now.
Stock surging back to session highs. As we heard, it's flipped to the buy side now for market on close. More than $2 billion to the buy side as shares move back to session highs here in the final 10 minutes.
It's wild, too. I just watched an HFT on the call side on 445Cs. Then they just jump back over to the put side at 440P. Six minutes left until the bell. They're on that buy side for like 3 minutes. And then they switched. It was wild. I watched it happen on my options chain here. Gangsters. Let's have a look here. Just moments until the bell. Another 4 minutes. Watching calls on AMD into the bell. May 20th, 102C, $1.2 million. Followed by more AMD calls. It says May 20th, 102C. And then May 20th, 6.
2.5 minutes to the closing bell in New York.
109C. More dip buyers stepping in on
On the earnings
Qs.
front today, we'll get IBM and Netflix reporting. Minor for
Qs.
Netflix. In their last quarterly report, they gave an estimate for this quarter for streaming paid net ads at 2.5 million, though that was before they decided to suspend service in Russia in early March.
I wonder what the Russian version of Netflix is right now. What knockoff version they have. See, sorry, I'm paying attention to the chain here. I'm looking to buy another round. Come on, give me that red bar to the fucking bell. Give me that panic bar. Let me look at let me look at a Netflix real quick. Yeah, Netflix is getting that panic bar into the bell. Spy. Let me put it back over here. Dip buyers coming into the bell here. We've got 40 seconds left. Beautiful buyers heading into the bell right now. I got buyers on AMD. Another $600,000 on May 6th. 101C, 109C on AMD. More buyers stepping in on the SPY as well. $300,000 on 429, 450C. And then KWeb, November 18th, 29C, $500,000. Huge dip buyers in this bell here. Monster dip buyers.
Getting the closing bell in New York.
There's the bell.
Netflix reporting EPS at $3.53 a share. November Franklin Lima X-ray It's above the 292 estimate.
Oof.
Guiding next quarter EPS to $3 per share versus
Netflix just sold the
$2.97
fuck
estimate.
off, and they
Operating
just
margin
beat.
25.1%. First quarter revenue $7.87 billion, light of the $7.94 consensus estimate.
Oh no. Hold on. Scratch that.
They're guiding next quarter streaming paid net additions at minus 2 million versus an estimate of plus 2.4 million. But again, that likely includes the effects of Russia. And guiding next quarter revenue $8.05 billion versus the 8.21 consensus. So guidance a little light on both on revenue and streaming additions.
Spy getting fucking wrecked right now. Oh shit. Getting fucking hammered. Netflix getting fucking hammered. Down 50 fucking points. Netflix down 60 points right now. Fucking depths of hell, right? Talked about hitting 300. Fuck 300. We are fucking below 300.
History cap here on Netflix. Current net additions were negative as well. At
Spy down $2 after the bell right now. Tesla down $4 after the bell. Spy down $1 fucking 43. 66 points on Netflix. Depths of fucking hell. Spy eating a bag of dicks right now. Holy shit. Spy trading back down deep right now. Spy shit in the bed. You'll feel this across tech, regardless of what ERs are going to be. You've the impending doom. Now you heard some of the Fed speakers. They probably heard that there would be some impact from Russia on tech. Makes you wonder about other companies out there that are dependent upon Russia for their revenue streams, right? Like the McDonald's is, and Apple, and any
Netflix
companies.
just explaining that the winding down of their service in Russia resulted in negative 700,000 subscriber impact in paid net ads.
Unbelievable. Spy recovering slightly right now. It's 402. Spy with a little bounce in after hours here. But this is what we were talking about earlier, right? Does it impact just like that, those sister trades out there? If you start to get bad reports from companies that rely upon Russia for their revenues and their guidance are shaky, and then you've got Fed speakers trying to dull the blow before the close today, normally hawkish Fed speakers saying, well, we have uncertainty now. Maybe we're not going to get uber duper super fucking bearish because now we've got U.S. companies who might have lowered guidance and expectations based upon uncertainty in Ukraine and Russia. Spy down to 443.59. Holy fucking shit after hours. Eat a bag of dicks. I remember that trade, Chase. That was awesome. I don't think that's getting that kind of maybe it's getting that sympathy trade, but these numbers are correct. The problem here, the one problem, honestly, I got to tell you, in that report is there is an impact from Russia, and then you saw the Fed speakers, the uncertainty trade. This is a huge sell-off at a high of 445.80. High of 445.80. So the question becomes, I guarantee you're going to see questions. You're going to see questions of, hey, is Apple impacted by which companies are impacted? And then you've got the China shutdowns with Tesla and their production goals in Shanghai, right? There'll be questions. We did talk about earlier. Remember this thing right here, right? Remember when I was talking to you about this up here, and I was talking to you about that over there, and this over here, and you kind of forget over there, or kind of trading down over there, right? So we'll see. We'll see what the implications are. If you should buy this dip down here before the bell, I don't know what the answer to that is. I'm still sitting on some puts, so We're back down to this whole zone over here, right? At least giving back anything on the high hopes of this ER. The one thing I will say is we haven't broken below 442, which is good to know. This is a good place to dip by, generally speaking. Somewhere down here around 440 to 442 is a good place to dip by. We are above the volatility trigger. Now, with that being said, I got to tell you, there's got to be some honest questions. You're going to have to ask those questions in some of these companies. We talked about China, right? Are those lockdowns real lockdowns, or are those lockdowns intended, believe it or not, as a political play against the United States, right? Create artificial shortages for U.S.-based companies that they can blame on COVID. That was from this morning we were talking about that, right? So that makes you wonder, any of these companies that rely upon China for production or for sales, Russia, right? Any of those things can possibly hinder guidance from some of these companies. Not all of them, but some of them. So if you're going to do a dip buy, this might be a good place for a dip buy down here. 443.03. We talked about this number earlier. I've got puts for tomorrow expiry, and I've got puts for Friday expiry. Yeah, it is. Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, you got yes and no. So there's a couple things at play here, right? So if they are lowering their guidance based on Russia and Ukraine and China, basically, then the moment that war fucking stops, guidance is going to change for these companies, right? So you'll see explosive moves in the market. This is actually setting up to some extent explosive moves in the market once that war ends. But it does raise questions now. If they're saying in their guidance that, and there's something else that they're saying here. They plans to accelerate viewing and rev growth. To present a proposal to the declassify board in June meeting for Netflix, evolve to a more standard large cap company governance structure. So there's a lot coming out in that in what they're saying here. Says its goal is to sustain double-digit revenue growth, increase operating income even faster as we expand margins and generate growing positive free cash flow. So there's a lot inside of what they're saying, but it does bring up a bunch of questions, right? About growth and rev. Let me take a look on the options chain and see if we got some SPY puts coming in after the bell. A whole shit ton of them. We got a fuck ton of SPY puts coming in. We've got April 22nd, 441p for $239,000. We've got May 20th, 423p, $2.1 million. We've got SPY puts 520, 423p, $1.4 million. We got SPY puts 420, 442p, $183,000. We got SPY puts 425, 444p, $195,000. We got a shit ton of SPY puts at the fucking bell and after the bell. Substantial. It does open some questions, right? It opens questions to companies that rely upon revenue from Russia and impact on revenue for this quarter. And the positive side of that, though, is the moment that war ends, you're going to see they'll have to reprice in the war ending into their expectations. Almost back to the 1.10%. Yeah, market will finally realize it's not just Netflix, but everyone else. Well, that's the one key, Chetan, is that these always impact, right? This does imply. So this does imply you have to question. Like, if Netflix had said, "Oh, fuck China," fuck China, fuck Russia, we made kick-ass money, then that would support and bolster other big tech names or any name that relies upon money from those countries. But if you start to hear companies like even if you get a great earnings from Tesla, this will still impact other companies at least today and tomorrow, I believe. It has in the past. And you would expect so if they had given great guidance without that whole Russia-China thing, you would expect a pump in other big tech names. Just a heads up that IBM reports Q1 of 140 versus 1.34. The revs are 14.2 billion versus 13.3 billion. High end of mid single digit growth. Prior color sustained mid single digit growth. Strong free cash flow. Firm's fiscal year 22 FCF of 10 to 10.5 billion. Gross margin 51.7% versus 53.3% year over year. I'm not getting any of the other revs or the breakdown of revs yet. But that does ask the question. It does make the question. It does ask the question of you're going to get some of these companies. You know that McDonald's somewhat shut down. Nestle didn't, but some of these other companies did shut down. Airbnb, I think. So did they stay up, or they stopped taking reservations in Russia? So maybe you'll see some of these companies perception wise could have lower revs. Yeah, dude. Netflix, I thought it would give up to fucking 3. I thought it would give up to 3, but fuck no. Netflix fucking got fucking shanked. 271. Blew right through 300. Here's 300. Blew right fucking through it. Blew right through it. Like a bad habit. So where are they at right now? They're at 270. Whew. Whew. Chopping blocks. What does this make you think, right? I want to know what you guys think. So you're seeing the big boys get whacked, right? You got the first big boy and they just got fucking whacked. Netflix just got fucking hammered. 270 something, right? They're down at 270 something. Which is way down here, right? I showed you this down here, right? We charted this out. They're down in the 270s. Right down here is where they are. Holy shit. So Netflix just got their final whack. 270s from 700, a peak of 700. And you know down here, we talked about this morning, right? This is where the banks picked it up down here, right? Picked it up down. This 287, right, is the low of March 2020. We looked at this chart earlier today. 255 price target, I guess, would be the real nasty for Netflix. Trading now down to 268. Can it hit 255? We'll see, right? That would be the pre-COVID low. This has to tell me. I mean, fucking tell me. You tell me out there, right? They're not out here scalping right now. Scalping fucking big tech. At least the first one, right, came out and they whacked its fucking head right off. The companies that have basically held up this market, like headhunters, just fucking took out Netflix. Good fucking buy, Netflix. And what are you gonna do? Line the other big fucking? You're gonna line up the rest of them, right? You're gonna line up Tesla, Apple, Amazon, right? I mean, they're all out there. The AMDs of the world, all these big tech companies that have flown high. I would be scared if I was a bull on tech right now. They just fucking whacked Netflix. There ain't nothing you can do about it. Down at 268. 268. The bank buying of this stock was down at 255. Holy shit. And we popped these in this morning on Netflix, right? We looked back on Netflix. We talked about this zone down here, right? This is where the trade was first picked up back in 2019. I mean, look at this fucking trade. This is September of 2019, all the way up to the COVID crash, right, in February, March. Came all the way back down to 286. 286, right? And it's given every last fucking dollar back and then some. An extra $20 fucking dollars. Fucking bloodbath in Netflix at 80. And you know what that means, right? That's like you put fucking 10 companies on the fucking plank and you fucking send the first asshole over the side. That doesn't bode well. I'm not saying we don't have good fucking ERs coming out here, but they just made one motherfucker walk the plank. 80 fucking points. 80 fucking points after the fucking bell. Notice how SPY is only down $2, right? SPY should be down like fucking to 440. Should be fucking bloodbath in the SPY right now. Netflix has had cockroaches in its kitchen for a good while now. Netflix, fucking goodbye, baby. Holy shit. Gone. Gone. Fucking gone. Even this buy down here, I'm like, I don't know about this shit. I would say muted and subdued is the word for tomorrow. Muted and subdued. Even if you bought this down here, 268, fucking destroyed. Well, look, I'm not saying, look, you got to remember, okay? You got to remember. You got to look at this as a trader, okay? If Netflix reported good earnings, you would see a bump in all of Fangman plus T. If you see Netflix get whacked, you apply the same concept. And so you can't explain why Tesla's down after hours. I'll tell you why it's down in after hours. It's because you see that same thing happen. Now, if fucking Netflix was up 300 or 80 fucking points, I promise you Tesla would be up fucking, 10 points after hours, because it's a sign of things to come. That doesn't mean Tesla's going to fucking burn or Apple's going to burn, but you are going to see it impact other big tech, whether you like it or not. And that's what you're seeing right now in the after hours. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I'll be here. You guys have a wonderful afternoon. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. Bill Ackman's in shambles. Oh, dude. Does Kathy Woods own any of that fucking Netflix? Please like and subscribe to these videos if you can. Support the videos if you're making money. I hope none of you were fucking long Netflix. Dude, a strangle would fucking have murdered it, right? That strangle trade is going to fucking print. Fucking print. That strangle trade is fucking printing. Fat. Fucking fat. You guys have a great day. I'll see you guys in the morning.